Hello, all of you wonderful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Razim, currently as the Professor. And we're doing some Scar dev today, along with, our DevTales, working on the Scar system. And yeah, we're doing the Kukoro thing as well on the side. I have no idea how this stuff works, though. I'm not sure what AFK mode is, but we'll enable it.
This hamlet shall not fall.
Lexi underscore the underscore fire underscore wolf raided my stream with 1 viewers.
Lexi! Thank you very much for that raid. How was your stream? What was that?
The mode that you just picked was werewolves.
Yes. Alright, so I guess you use Kukoro for spawning. And I guess there's some other commands there. Hopefully it's big enough for you guys to see. I don't know. I have no idea how this thing works.
Looks like some people in chat do, at least.
Okay, so now you need to hide in somewhere safe. I don't know how you tell what is safe and what's not, but hopefully with it being an AFK mode, it means that I can go ahead and work and you guys can play and have some fun, and I don't know. Hopefully you guys can figure it out. There's a lot of hopefully with this stuff.
Hopefully not die the first night.
Well, if you know how it works there, Brian, please explain for everybody else.
I actually don't, but as far as I can tell, it's kind of the same thing as the wilds. You have to input certain commands that the screen will give you. In this case, it was saying, oh, in order to survive, either go to the village or the crypt. And it appears to be going off the same game as werewolf as well.
Well, yes, but who's the werewolf and who's not?
Wait, who all went to the village?
I only saw one person go to the village.
Okay, then who all went to the crypt? Because it was...
Everybody else.
Oh no, Rin's dead.
So I guess now you vote for who might be the werewolf based on who went where? I guess that's what what this is. You go to the village, forest, or crypt, and No, the accused can speak. Oh, I disabled their ability
Oh.
to speak.
Oh, I'm the one who's dead, actually.
Oh yeah, you are.
Ha.
Man, I did the same thing I said I hope I don't do.
You jinxed yourself.
Ew.
Oh, so we should, you guys should not stay in the forest tonight, it looks like.
Zim, you died.
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
And there's still a werewolf.
Oh well.
I got a mini game for the viewers to play while we're working.
Hmm.
I'm the
Kukoro?
first one who died.
Ow!
Ah, the glow sticks.
Rip Zim.
Lamau get glow sticked.
Yes, they did. Twice now.
Jace.
At two, Chase. At two?
Asher's not looking. I'm allowed to have a little fun, right?
I mean, you are right. Asher's not here right now. Asher can't come to the phone right now.
I was watching you, Dad. I'm your buckaroo. Wherever that song goes.
Wow.
Asher's not watching.
Oh, wow.
The children aren't here right now.
Well, yes, I do things. It's a very common thing here.
It's part of being a streamer. That's streamer life for you.
The brutalities of every day. And it appeared Rin was the enemy.
I'd feel bad, but I get this every other Saturday too, so.
I mentally have this happen every day I'm at work.
I'm not talking about work right now for good reason.
Completely fair.
I actually took a half day today.
Lucky, there's no such thing for me.
Well, I was 4 hours ahead of my job, so I took 4 hours off. I literally am like a week ahead of my work right now, so I just said screw it, I'm leaving.
Oh, that's surprising, but you know what? That's good. Looks like it's a
Duffins
three-way
cheered with
tie for the next game.
258 GBTs.
Okay.
Nope.
Thanks.
Brutality.
There, we added some bots for y'all to play with. Wait, I thought it was supposed to be a minute.
Is this just a bot game suddenly?
I mean,
There's a couple people.
yeah, Gimond and Robert got in there, but, yeah. Maybe I won't add bots. I think I'll just not add bots.
It's a two-way tie. How evil.
It's a mini-game thing for you guys to do while we're working on the dev stuff. I do things called Kukuro. Alright, so, Taldarius.
Yep.
Let's go ahead and get your proposals and such out of the way first.
All right.
Oh, hey, Kiaro. I am currently working on a tabletop system. Or trying to.
Slowly but surely getting to it, maybe.
Possibly.
Using our minds.
Possibly, maybe getting to it.
People may or may not be opening files, maybe. Or playing games. It's hard to tell sometimes.
But, yeah, okay. So, using the guidelines that you had given me specifically around wanting people to have basic sort of options with the starting 30, as well as the whole thing with XP caps, as well as my proposal for the maximum power until it becomes uncontrollable, and other things like that. One of the first things I did... Here, let me go ahead. That. Where's...
Ah.
And changed around some words in order to help it along with, not being instantly easily power gamed. One of the first things I did was I changed a lot of things to be based around 5. Because, we're talking about the XP caps as well as XP earns being in increments of 5. So one of the first things I did was make it so that way it's a lot easier to make it round. I think is the best way to put it. If you look at the Scar ability cost thing, at the bottom there's sheet 1 and then there's proposed. There's a couple things on the Scar abilities costs.
Ah, okay. You put it actually on here.
Yeah, I duplicated it and made it a purpose.
Okay.
I had my own copy of this, but I went ahead and just wanted to make it so that way, you could flip back and forth and see differences.
Yeah.
One of the more important things that I did is base things around the starting 30 as well as the guidelines you gave me for things such as Ember. So, for example, if we look at what, let's make Ember. which is a power 4 move. So obviously it starts off at 0, completely blank. We put 20 XP into increased power. And then we want to get the 10% burn chance. So we want to add an extra effect. So we look at what that is on the thing. It's a dash for a reason. And I changed it from 20% to 10%. However, I made it so that way you get 10% per chance for extra effects instead of 5. This is also for a reason. One of the things I did with status effects is I rebalanced some of them. Like, for example, Frostbite was more expensive than Frozen. Drowsy was more expensive than Sleep. Which was weird to me, so I went ahead and rebalanced some of it. It's going to need a little bit more fine-tuning, but that's one of the things that I did. So we go down, we find where Burn is. Burn is a 10 XP status effect, which I think is fairly consistent. And so we go up, add an extra effect, starts at 10%, and the cost of it is 10, which means exactly 30 XP you start with Ember.
Okay.
I kept some other things consistent. I gave other things new things that if they literally just had dashes and weren't filled in. So other ones that I did that I felt was important was set damage per damage is 10 XP per. Basically putting it vaguely in line with the expected value of each damage dice, which, you know, is around 4.45. So it's about twice as expensive to get set damage per damage. Meaning that if you want to get a move that always deals 3 damage at the start, you can do that for your 30 XP. Damage over time. This is with the assumption that, like other effects that are over time, it's over 5 turns. This is one of the stronger ones, so I'm perfectly fine with, kicking that up, but one of the reasons that I had, done it like that is, specifically so that way... Sorry. You can get moves like Wrap.
Okay.
Which, generally speaking, is actually like a 1 damage, and then 1 damage over time move, but, you know. I figure that since we're changing how damage over time kind of works with moves, based on, you know, what was written here when I got here, it'd be fine to make it so that way it could be like a 3 damage, and then you deal 1 damage over the next couple turns. I also felt like it'd be important because it'd be like, you know, 2 damage from that, or actually, yeah, you'd be able to get 2 power, 1 damage over time, and apply bound. As like a 10%. And then you could scale that up over time, or do what you will. Another thing that I actually put a number in for is building damage with consecutive uses. I think that, you know, there's a lot of opportunity for flavor there, but obviously we don't want it to get out of control. So, what I did is I made it cost 25. If you want to start with a move that deals 1 damage and it builds damage, go ahead. Like, you know, that I think that has flavorful opportunities, and this is it's the equivalent of putting XP-wise 5 more damage on your move. You know, it's...
Yeah.
It feels like that is... XP-wise, it's okay. Obviously, late game, it'll probably be a little bit better than early game. But then again, like, I'm trying to focus more on the early game. Oko moves. Honestly, what was already there, 100 XP for an Oko move, 30% accuracy by base. You know, perfectly fine, 100 XP. If you want to fuck around with Oko, you can fuck around with Oko. It's just very expensive. I made it so that way +1 accuracy and -1 accuracy mirrored, because I feel like that's a fairly reasonable mirror effect. A lot of things mirror now, but +1 accuracy, -1 accuracy, it's literally as good as each other, or as bad as each other. Never miss. 20 XP I feel is fine for that, especially considering that at start would give you a 2 damage move, or 2 power move that never misses. That's fairly reasonable in my opinion. However, I added on some extra tagline to it, where accuracy must be at 100% for it to be applicable. Because, by the way it was written
good
before,
point.
you could dump your accuracy on it and then apply never miss to get a bunch of free XP on it. So, no doing that. Has to be at 100% accuracy. This also means that, like, you know, obviously, if you have one of the things that starts it at 90 or whatever, you can't apply never miss. Add an extra effect. We already talked about this a little bit, but down on the status effects. Now the cost is whatever the actual cost of the status effects are. Those can be rebalanced a bit. I just wanted to... because it was charging you twice.
Yeah.
It was charging, add an extra effect, and then it was actually charging you for the effect. I feel like it's more reasonable to kick down the percent to a 10% chance, and then purchase the effect. After that, you can use XP to raise it. We could kick up the XP for that if you want to make it more expensive. I'm just not entirely sure where you're thinking about putting the limit, because I know before it was talking about starting at 30, and then, like, you know, later it comes 50, and then so on and so forth. Have a couple ideas for that, but I just wasn't sure exactly where you were with that. So depending on how high we want the cap to be, we can think about raising the cost a lot of these things.
Well, cursory glance at this, I would definitely say I think advanced effects should be much higher. Beyond that, I'm liking everything else you're proposing here.
Yeah. One of the reasons that I had advanced effect where it was, is because they cannot get that at start. You cannot get that.
Yeah, I still feel like
with it guaranteed. Sorry.
Yeah.
I meant to say with it being guaranteed.
Ah, fair.
So, yeah, that's one of the ones where I was looking at it like, I feel like that could be a bit more expensive, but at least with how it is now, you cannot get it with your 30 XP start and have it be guaranteed. Because guaranteed extra effects without damage is at 20, and then you'd have to add an extra effect, which would already cost... Or no, guaranteed extra effect, technically speaking, I guess you don't have to add it. Do you have to add it? Honestly, I wasn't here when this was originally made, so I had to make a couple of assumptions here. But basically, no matter how you cut it, you cannot get it with your 30 starting XP. If you want to guarantee. And you also cannot get it up to effect number 3. No matter what, so, you know. Yes, yeah. I definitely feel like it could be something that's changed. Same with Protected.
Yeah.
But right now, it does make it so that way you just kind of can't get it by itself at start, so... For the stat changes, 10, 20, I changed it from whatever it was before, 4, 8, 4, 10, 18 to unit of 10s, because stat change stages should be impactful, in my opinion. And it also means that, like, you know, you just, like, it was dirt cheap before to get a 3-stage stat buff. I'm
That's
actually thinking about raising it even more than where it's at right now, but I feel like where it's at right now is very reasonable.
I'm liking it where it's at now.
Yeah. I feel like right now is where it's reasonable. It's a lot of this is mirrored for the opponent stat changes, by the way. Per 5 feet speed increase, I feel like that's a relatively minor change because this does not change initiative with how it's written. Because 10 XP is where evasion and initiative stand. But 10 XP is stuff like accuracy, damage, integrity, evasion, and initiative. 15 is for increasing crit chance or decreasing difficulty. And removing of stat changes is at a 20. It could go up, it could go down. That's about where I temperature checked it to be at. I feel like 20 is reasonable there. Stat changes on the opponent perfectly mirrors it. So, but instead, like, you know, positive and negative. Healing. This was a big one for you. I know you said you wanted there to be at least a decent healing option at the 30 XP mark. With how it's written, with the 10 there, it is 3 HP per your healing move, and you start at 8 HP, so it's like just under half of a health bar in terms of healing.
So where do you get the 3 HP?
One-time heal each. 10, 10, 10.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair.
I'm just gonna put each HP. Draining one time 50% of damage is also important because at 28 XP right there and 2 power, you perfectly have absorb as like the starting grass type move. That is exactly 30 HP for absorb. Or XP, sorry, not HP. So that's another reason why I thought that 20 XP is reasonable for that. Draining over time, Leech Seed, that would be like, you know, if you want to do a draining over time effect, 15. Because you get more, but it's more spread out. I could see raising, I could see lowering it. But that's the healing section. Defenses, I left a lot of this blank except for creating substitute, which I valued at 50. The reason why is because I was confused because one turn invulnerable exists, but protected also exists. Create barrier and destroy barrier. There was no explanation about what that meant, so I couldn't value it. As well as bypass barrier and dealing damage based on taken damage. This section just felt like a very weird one to me. And I didn't understand why a lot of it was here.
A lot of the things with the dashes were from Orum's list that I just threw in here. One turn invulnerable is referring to things like fly, dig, and dive.
Okay. Okay. Alright, in that case, that feels a little bit more powerful. Probably 25 for that. Because, assumably, this is also conditional. So, maybe actually 20. No, 25. But I honestly have no clue what the barriers are. And bypass barrier. And deal damage based on taken damage is weird. Like, I know there's technically, like, 1 or 2 Pokemon moves that do it properly. Because it's weird because in cases like Bide, it takes up like 3 turns, and then you return the damage exactly doubled. There is stuff, other stuff that deals damage based on HP damage taken. I just wasn't sure how we wanted to balance this kind of thing, given the scar system in general, so I wanted to ask about that before I tried value.
So some of the, like, these are all drawing from Pokemon move effects. But
Yeah.
honestly, some of those I just kind of want to do away with. Like, one-hit
Yeah.
KO in general, I don't like that. But at the same time, it's like this is in Pokemon, so Pokemon fans are going to expect at least it being in the Pokemon supplement.
Yeah.
So,
So, like, Oko, honestly, I'm just gonna say, like, you get that, like, mid to late game, and honestly, it's kind of fucking useless, so it's the same as in Pokemon.
fair. But otherwise... The barrier,
The
I
barrier stuff is also
believe...
weird, because I just don't get it.
Orem had it listed multiple times, and like I said, I put it in here, but from what I understand, the barrier is basically the protected status.
Oh, okay. Well, then we don't need to care.
And then destroy barrier is, you know, a move that can destroy the protected, the protected thing.
Okay, yeah, so. In that case, it should... Okay,
I
so
will
on
de-
one hand, it's niche, but on the other hand, do we really want it to be cheaper than creating the barrier in the first place? Given that it, like, if you have it, it'll invalidate anyone trying to protect.
I was thinking just the same cost.
Yeah. Because on one hand, I see an argument for it being lower. On the other hand, I see it being more expensive. Because it'll be dealing damage on top of it, but... yeah.
The destroy barrier
You just-
is important. I would definitely say destroy barrier is more expensive than bypass barrier. Because bypass
Yeah.
only affects your move, whereas destroying the barrier can then open up the target for allies.
Everyone can attack.
Yeah.
I don't care about dealing damage based on taken damage. I feel like that would be a very cancerous effect to try to actually pin down.
I would say just remove it, yeah.
Alright. We don't care about that.
I know that Pokemon fans are going to want this stuff. We'll see if anybody actually bothers us for it. If not, I am good with just leaving that stuff out.
Yeah.
We'll come up with rules
next
if people
section-
throw a fit.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it won't be that hard. It'll just be, like, any number we put on it would be wrong. No matter what.
Yeah.
Because of shit like, you know, it starts turning it into a math game where there's just a correct option.
I think for some of those more unique moves, instead of putting their effects into this, we'll go over to the actual ability list that you've made, and we will actually put in another column to calculate out their XP cost.
Yeah.
And then for ones that are particularly unique, such as Bide, we can come up with its specific rules then.
Yeah. Next section is stat change interactions.
By the way, real
Go ahead.
quick, for you guys here in voice, we welcome your feedback, by the way. And you guys out there in chat as well.
I'm aware.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure you guys knew.
Yep. I'm
Yeah,
currently
this-
just listening because the way that you guys have the... Go ahead.
I said I was just listening to.
the way that you guys are building moves right now, I don't fully understand yet. So my input is not valid yet.
Okay. Yeah,
So-
a lot of this was based off of what happened, what we were talking about last week, but yeah.
So basically, in this system, we're giving you guys the toys to build whatever moves you want, or whatever
I understand that.
abilities.
So it's like
Um,
Build-A-Bear Workshop only with moves.
abilities,
Yep,
but yes.
I understand the core concept, but I'm one of those people that will not understand it until I get my hands on it and play with it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
You could talk about it all you want. You can make me read about it, but until I have it in my hands, it's a bunch of information that's just in existence. So
Yeah.
I will
Okay.
offer
So
input after I play with it.
just as a small explanation, that's it's literally like the most basic thing. The reason that we talk about numbers of the cost for XP is with the fact in mind that there's an XP cap that you can spend on moves. So we also are going to be referring to how much XP this takes up at any given time. There's only so much you can put into a move at one time. I feel like that's like the only important context thing that you actually just have to keep in mind. You know?
Yeah. So anyways,
All right. As for the next,
yeah.
we have stat change interactions. I figured that passing along your stat changes, 10 XP, because the reason that I feel like it should be cheap is because you have to have something giving you stat changes in the first place, which is already going to take up XP, or you're using one of your unique abilities for it. So passing along that kind of stuff, 10 XP. I feel like that's reasonable. It's kind of just like, okay, here's your cost for, you know, passing along a stat change. Copying someone else's stat changes is very powerful, especially if you do something like Swagger, where like one turn you confuse and raise the stats of an opponent. If you're copying stat changes, you just kind of get all the benefit, none of the negative. Or, for example, there could also be the thing where, like, you just have one person on your team, like, do shit that, like, gives them, like, a bunch of stat increases. Or, like, abuses, like, Omni Boost moves or something like that, which I specifically did not put in here. And then everyone just copies their stat changes, and now the entire group is walking gods. Just due to implications and the fact that it's more powerful, it's around 30 XP. So you can still get it, but it's kind of expensive and could also stand to probably be raised. But for now, I feel like this is a good place to sit it at.
Yeah. I will say that the intention is that these can affect opponents as well as allies. So
Yeah, that's why I mentioned both.
okay.
Like, because remember, the one example was using Swagger on an opponent, and then the other example was, like, you know, using it on your team. Stealing stat changes is, on paper, more dangerous to opponents, but not nearly as much to allies. It doesn't have the abusability factor. And ignoring stat changes is both positive and negative, but obviously you'd want to have it be based off of its best use case, which would be making it so that way any defensive raises of an opponent are moot. Which, you know, making it so that way an opponent cannot raise their defensive statistics is kind of a strong idea. So I'd put it slightly more expensive than passing along stat changes. But it's also not as good as stealing stat changes.
Yeah.
So it sits between them. I'm thinking 15 for that.
So weather effects, I changed that to be weather effects intensity 1, and I put it at 30 XP, which means that, like, you could get a weather move for intensity 1 with your starting XP, because I feel like that's, like, I feel like that's reasonable to, especially, it allows emergent gameplay, especially with, like, working together as a team. However, I did not want them to be, like, able to get that and something else. Like, setting up weather by itself is already an important thing, especially because it means you can cancel out bad weather. I did not fill out things like terrain effects, trick room, wonder room, magic room, rainbow, flaming field, swamp, or sticky web, because they felt very niche and we don't really have rules. So, like, the only terrain rules we have is for rough terrain. So, it's like actually making it so that way, like, these sorts of things are... I don't think that they should be in the XP section when we could just have them work how they do in the ability list. I feel like they're too niche to assign an entire XP slot on our move creation thing to it.
I agree.
Especially given that, like, all of this is, like, light variations, but they're gonna have their own light item? No, I feel like that's... I don't feel like that's good.
I fully agree with you. They will be, we'll just have these be specific to the, ability list. So we can just do away with all of them here, and we'll take them each individual scenario one by one.
Yeah. Clearing field effects. I feel like that is a 20. It could go up, but it requires that there be something there in the first place to be useful. So originally this was increased damage of a type and lower damage of a type. That doesn't particularly work with our system, so I put increased damage difficulty of a type and lower damage difficulty of a type. That way, like, your mud spore, like, for example, reducing fire damage, it could instead it would increase damage difficulty of fire.
Give me one moment, just got a message from my 3D artist. Let me respond to that real fast.
Yep, no problem. By the way, I do things. I did actually see your thing. I just wanted to give a second to actually think up my answer. Erasing stat changes does not fall in the same line as passing stat changes, because passing stat changes is with the way that normally works is... I was going to put in a note about this, but I just didn't want to do the formatting note sections. Your stat changes to someone else. Erasing stat changes means that, like, if your ally has a bunch of negative debuffs on them, you can wipe that away. If the opponent has a bunch of buffs on them, you can wipe that away.
Alright, so I am back. So I think we're going to get rid of these three as well. These are kind of built into the weather effects. Which the weather effects themselves are going to need to be reworked, but
Okay, so one thing that I do want to question is if we don't want moves like Mud Sport, Water Sport, and all that to work then. Because that's what these do. Or this is what those do. So do we not want effects like that to be in the game? Because again, like there are other effects that we're tossing out too. Do we want those to be in as well?
No, that's fair. We can keep them. But yeah, we'll keep them. That's a good idea. A good point.
Alright.
It would be.
And one
easier to
reason
keep
that I
them.
was thinking about the clear field effect is because those clear traps.
Yeah.
And then obviously, like, traps are a thing. I think they're fine. I feel like they should be around 30 as well. Give you the opportunity to pick it at start. However, it is a significant cap hit if you do want to have a trap.
I think we'll put in a specification that traps do 1 damage per turn. Or something like that.
Yeah. I think how I have it in the ability list for spikes, it's like, you know, if a grounded opponent moves, they take 1 damage. But it doesn't make that sense if you're taking damage while standing still.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was the yeah, they already were supposed to just deal 1 damage.
Sounds good then.
Yep. Multi-attacks. These are expensive as fuck, and I feel like most of them could also go up in costs. However, I wanted to get your opinion on it. So the reason why 2 attacks is at 25 is because it means that you could get like a 1 damage double slap move at game start. Just it has 1 power and it attacks twice. That feels like, you know, it's okay. However, the whole multi-attack thing in general, we kind of already have a multi-attack system. So this is another thing where I was questioning, like, you know, do we want to keep it? Do we want to throw it out? This one was difficult to think about.
My opinion on it is probably toss it out because we have a built-in multi-attack system. And for those specific, like with some of the others where they have specific rules in Pokemon, we will handle those on the ability list per item.
Yeah. One other idea that I had for this that I wanted to get your opinion on is making it so that way it puts a modifier on the move that makes it so that way instead of taking a -4, it's like a -2 or something, which is obviously like super fucking strong, but
I like that idea.
we were talking about actually we were talking about raising the cost of multi-attack anyways, but like it could make it so that way instead of a -6, it's a -3. Or like, you know, you still technically get to attack twice as often, but it's not as like, you know, easily abusable.
I like the idea. Let's ship it.
All right. In that case, I'm gonna put. What do you want to call it? Whatever it is, I'm gonna put it on the 25 line for now, and I'm just gonna call it Fury for now. Fury swipes, just Fury. So 25 to add Fury onto a move. What are we thinking about the cost? Because I feel like it could go higher, but I wanted to start it at the baseline.
Well, they've got a decreased chance to hit.
Mm-hmm. And it doesn't let you... Like, you still have to have stats in order to use it effectively.
Yeah.
Like one thing that we could do, we could either make it so that way, like, you know, it effectively lets you multi-attack more, or we could just say that, like, you still have to calculate it as if you didn't have Fury, but on that move, it will make it so that way you take a lesser Malice. So we can make it so it has, like, an affinity towards multi-attacking with it, but it doesn't let you attack more. There's two ways we can play this.
I think I like the idea of just decreasing it to a... It lets you attack multi-attack more.
Okay. So just boil it down to it just decreases the malice, and when you're checking to see if you can still attack, it's with that decreased malice.
Yes. I like that
So,
idea.
you know, if it reduces it to a 3, if you're at 5 dice, it takes you down to a 2, and then you can still attack. Okay. In that case, that's the more powerful option. So do we want to keep it at 25? What are we thinking here?
I say, especially for the sake of new players, let's not make it available at character creation. I would say make it 40.
All right. That was going to be my other option if we didn't want to make it available at character creation.
Actually,
So,
maybe
yeah, I definitely
35 would be
agree with
better. Because right now we've got it set for -5 for multi-attack, I believe.
Yeah, so it could cut it down to like a -3.
Oh no, right now we've got it at -4, but we were talking about increasing it to -5.
Yeah. But I mean, like,
I'm gonna
then
go
on the
with.
other hand, if they have Fury on the move, it could put it down to -3.
I would say -3.
Because -2 feels... Because -2 is, like, way too low.
Yeah.
-3 feels good. Obviously very strong, very expensive. AoE effects. It has more than that in here. I don't know why it's called that, but, you know. So, line, cone, sphere, and then there's a difference between reach and range. From what I could tell, reach is for it's still counting as melee, and then range is just, like, you know, make it ranged. So, like, you know, you could still use reach and use your brawl skill with it and give it a little bit of range.
That's the idea, yeah. Reach lets
Okay.
you still use
I was-
brawl, whereas range is, you know, actual range.
Ranged. Yeah. So in that case, here's about where I was thinking for each of the costs of it. Mostly because it's weird. Because it doesn't quite... You have to consider a lot of things like positioning, the fact that, like, line, cone, and sphere are all useless against a single target, but they're the more enemies are, the more valuable it becomes. And the fact that in order to make it useful at all, like, you need to have range or reach in order to move out sphere, for example. But it's obviously the best because it allows the most control over it, and it has the most area. But on the other hand, like, you know, it just feels like it's a little bit weird to, you know,
Okay,
to
so
quantify these.
when it comes to area of effect, hey Fetch, I'm doing okay. Just trying to get some work done. My brain's a little bit of a fog today, but I'm trying to get at least some work done because I haven't done enough at all this week. Well, first off, let's go back to the multi-attacks and change that. Yeah.
Just like that, yeah.
Oh, no, we were going to go with 40.
Yeah, I just typed it wrong, don't worry.
Okay. So area of effect, these two refer specifically to an area of effect. I do want a separate thing for the reach and range for like single target stuff.
Okay. Okay. So wait,
So
how would
basically,
reach work with like a line? Yeah, go ahead.
when it comes to reach, it is for brawling moves. You know, the ones that are still the melee focus. However, you know, if you've got like flamethrower would be a prime example, where you're not so okay. When it comes to things like area of effect, the way it's working in my head, flamethrower would actually be under brawl. Because it starts from you, and then it goes out in a line. If we want to use, like, I don't know, maybe you're lobbing some mud over to another location, and then it hits that spot and spreads out in a cone from there. That's where the range would come in. It's a little complex to really quantify.
Okay.
But I'm hoping I'm making I'm making sense on what I'm trying to get at.
Okay, yeah, I think I know what you're saying. In that case, I feel like we should probably skip past this because that recontextualizes all of it. And we still got like another 2 sections to go through.
The main thing about area of effect is that is what hits multiple targets, whereas we also have reach and range for single targets.
Alright. I feel like the range per 5 feet is probably fine no matter what. And that's also probably fine for single target.
I would agree.
Because that's 1 XP per foot of range you have. Which, we could probably actually make it higher for single target, but...
Nah.
We could probably put it up to 10 per single, but... Because again, XP cap, so...
Yeah. I'm liking the 5 per. Honestly, we could probably make reach the same as well. Just 5.
I really hate to do this, but I gotta get up early tomorrow, so I'm gonna say goodbye for now.
Okay.
Alright,
see you later.
Have a good night, Brian.
I'll be here for the campaign, for the session.
Alright. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Alright. So, one of the reasons that I want there to be a difference is because I feel like it should be more expensive to make a melee thing ranged than an already ranged thing ranged.
Yeah.
So I feel like either range should get more bang for their buck or be cheaper.
I think we're gonna...
So if you want to dump them both down to 5 XP, we could make range 10 feet per 5 XP.
What if we put a cap on reach? Because I feel like we should do that as well.
Probably, unless we want people to, like, start playing Dalsim. You ever played Street Fighter?
No.
Have you ever seen videos of that one monk guy who just, like, Rechi arms all the way across?
No.
Okay, I'm going to... I'm just going to send you an image. This is what it looks like when he attacks. Like, it's fan art of it, but, like... here's a magic card of him. Like, you see, like, what he looks like with this. Like, he effectively has a maxed reach characteristic.
I see.
He literally stretchy arms and stretchy legs his body. He also shoots out fireballs, but like the important part is the stretchy arms. Like he effectively is Plastic Man with his arms and legs.
Okay.
I just wanted to use him as an example because he's like one of the most famous that does it. But yeah, either way, I feel like range should get more bang for their buck. Because I don't like the idea of being able to melee at the same range, at the same cost as dedicated range.
I agree.
So, I feel like if you want it to be at the same cost, we should put range up to 10.
I'm
like-
feeling doing it kind of like we were doing damage before, where it's stepped. So, like, range itself can start off at the 5, but once you reach a certain point, it'll start getting more expensive to go further.
Alright, and is that per 5 or per 10?
Per 5.
Per 5. So what do we want to start it at? Do we wanna
I'm
keep
liking it at
5, or-
5.
I apologize to do this, but I am also going to dip at this point in time. I am getting tired.
Alright, sleep well.
Alright.
Good night. See y'all tomorrow. Toss me a link to this whenever you guys are done with it. I want to poke at it.
It's all at the...
It's already on the... It's already on the system, Doc. If you look
Yeah.
at some
Weirdos looking at it earlier and it didn't let me in. I'll have to figure it out. I think my Google Docs is screwed up with my work Google Docs again.
It might also just be the perms being a little bit weird on this particular one.
Plausibly. Either way, talk to y'all later.
All right. But one reason that I'm thinking about it now, and I'm really like leading towards increasing the range per, is because thinking about it now, in order to get like a 30-foot range move, which is the standard movement range, you'd need to spend 30 XP. Which is kind of a lot.
That is a fair point. Yeah, we'll do it per 10.
Yeah, well, I think the better way is to work backwards. What do you think the XP cost of being able to shoot out to the standard movement range? About how much XP would that be?
Well, considering we want this to... Well, first off, let me answer some questions in chat here real quick. Spooky,
Oh, yeah, go.
So stealth rocks and such are going to be things where if you move within the area, you take 1 damage. Very simple, very simple, very straightforward, you know. That's how we're going to handle that. Gimmond, yes, we're going to come up with range numbers for pre-existing moves, but that's a little bit down the line. We'll figure that out eventually. Now, back to this. I am thinking that for...
Again.
What?
Oh, I was just going to say that I checked something, but yeah, go with what you were going to say.
No, go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to say that, for example, I checked out, some basic things. For example, if it was 5 for 10, you could get a 20-foot gust for your starting 30.
I kind of like that.
Is that... Alright.
Yeah, I rather like that.
What's another basic ranged? Water gun, 20-foot water gun. That's another important one to check. Ember would not be Actually, at this, Ember would be melee to start with. Whatever. I feel like that's actually kind of probably reasonable because it has an added burn chance.
Yeah, I kind of like
anything
it.
else?
I know a lot of people expect Ember to be, ranged, but I'm okay with it being not,
Yeah. Powder Snow would be melee. Which, again, honestly is probably fine because it has 10% freeze chance. I'm just trying to think about this in terms of the 30 starting XP. And that's why I'm checking things like this. How much would Mud Slap be? Because that's another basic. Mud Slap would be a 10-foot move. Yeah, a lot of this sounds pretty good. I could see an argument for making it 15, but I feel like 10 is probably fine, at least for now. And then we could play around with it and see what we feel about it. Because if it's just, like, way too low, we could always just raise it later. But yeah, I think that 10 foot is probably good for that. But I do want to mark it, like, keep an eye on it. So. And I feel like I'm fine at keeping reach down. Although we could also cap it if we want.
I'm feeling 15 feet for reach, tops. $20 feels a little too much. 10 feels a little too low.
Here, max 10 feet added. You start with 5.
Oh, yes. Good point.
There. Now it's over there, too. So yeah, if you want to have stretchy arms and get 15-foot melee range, congrats, 10 XP. But you are outranged for the same XP cost for ranged moves. I kind of like that that's how the interaction is.
I guess another thing to put in here would be... Do we want to put a minimum guaranteed range on these?
I was thinking that they should probably just start out as like a 5-foot radius.
Well, like, for a line, that is literally just 1 square. Actually,
Sure.
for all of those, that would just be 1 square.
No, radius, not diameter.
True. Okay, so line would be just 1 square. Cone...
No, it wouldn't be 1 square, it'd be 2. It was a 5-foot radius. With a line means that it's 10 feet. For diameter.
Fair point.
But that's why I said, that's why I put 5-foot
Yeah.
radius to describe it. I feel like it's best to individually say, line goes out 10 feet.
Yeah, I would say do it by... Yeah. So line comes with 10 feet. And then with reach, you could add in another 5 feet on it.
Yeah. And then... Technically speaking, a 5-foot cone goes out 5 feet. It would hit the 3 squares in front of you. Right? I'm thinking about that right?
What do you mean? Sorry, repeat that?
If you have a cone and it goes out 5 feet, it hits the 3 squares in front of you, right? I'm trying to think about how it works with because I want to describe it right, but I don't know if that requires that it be 10 feet. I'm gonna go look at Pathfinder's fucking AoE diagrams.
Honestly, cones have always been a very
Alright.
complicated one.
Alright, yeah, if it's 5 feet, it only hits the square in front of you, it'll need to at least be 10.
Okay.
10. Which, on one hand, cone hits more now, but it's also...
I definitely feel like line should be cheaper than cone.
Yeah, because now that I'm thinking... Because I was... Originally, it was more controllable. I feel like it's fine to jump it down to 10.
I'd say make it 15 and then 20 and then... Well, no, Sphere should be more expensive. Quite a bit more expensive than the other two.
Yeah, that was another thing that I was thinking. We could jump Sphere up to 30, but... Because a 5-foot radius sphere still hits 4 squares. Like, on a dot, literally, like wherever you want to put it. So, I mean... The 5-foot circle is very... It still hits 4 things. A 10-foot cone... Probably hits, like, 3? Or maybe 4 as well. But it's, like, unused, so... I think that it's fine to go 15, 20, 20. What about you?
Well, at 10 feet, a line will hit 2. A cone would hit 3. And then a sphere would hit 4. I like that. Is it 4 for a cone, Spooky?
It'd be 4, yeah, because it's the square right in front of you and then the 3 after.
Ah.
But it's less controllable than the circle, because the sphere, like, just straight up, like, you can put that basically wherever the fuck you want and control it a lot better. We can make it the same cost, though. I was just trying to think about controllability.
No, I think I like it how it is.
Alright.
Yeah, I think that's good. Maybe drop line down to 10, though? Because it only hits 2 with that. Whereas the other 2 hit 4.
Yeah, but I'm... fair, yeah. I was trying to think about it in terms of cost.
I know a sphere will definitely get. I would say make sphere 30.
I don't
10,
think it should be
20,
that
30.
much more expensive.
The reason for that is you increase the radius of the sphere and you are hitting a lot more targets. We are calling it radius. Well, spooky. Radius and diameter are different. If people get confused between the difference, that's on them.
Yeah, if you get confused between radius and diameter, that's kind of on you.
Like, I got a little confused
That's-
earlier, but
that,
I accept
like-
that was my own derping.
Honestly, I feel like if we're making a TTRPG, we should trust that people are able to remember after a little bit how geometry works.
It's very basic math. So, actually figuring out how far these things spread is a little bit more complicated, or what squares are affected and such is a little more complicated, but yeah.
I'm perfectly fine making a little diagram for it, just to, like, make sure, but...
Yeah, we can make a diagram.
Yeah.
But the reason why I'm saying this is because... Yes, that's exactly what we mean, Spooky.
Yes, that is exactly right. You are correct.
But from what I'm from what I'm seeing here, oh God, what is? I'm trying to look at an existing chart.
If you want, here, I'll just... I brought one up just so that way I could see it easy and get my... Make sure that, like, I was imagining things right.
Okay, so
Obviously, this is with 15-foot steps on the cone.
yeah, but so yeah, the even diagonal 10-foot cone would still be 4 squares, and then from there,
Yeah.
like if you're going in one direction instead of diagonal, that's 7, whereas a
Circle goes to 8. Actually, no, because, like, it goes beyond that. It's like 10. I'm not actually looking at it. I should probably... You know what? The diagram's right there. I should probably look at the diagram.
yeah. So 10-foot radius.
Oh, yeah, that's 2 on each side, so yeah, it's like 12.
Yeah. You increase it once, it goes to 8. Whereas you increase cone, it goes to 7. And then from
10-foot radius sphere is actually 12. Because that's 2 on each side, which is 8, plus 4. 4 plus 8, 12. Ten-foot radius sphere, it's 12 squares.
Okay. But either way, the sphere gets a lot bigger, a lot faster than cones do.
Yeah,
for what they hit.
It's exponentially faster when growth, yeah.
That's why I say have it be a higher baseline cost.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, I'm fine with that. So I guess that brings us down to priority and positioning. It is a little bit awkward because we don't have priority, really. technically in our rule set. So, because like for a lot of this, like I tried to find like our analogous like effect, and we don't actually really have priority.
Honestly, just from my experience in poker roll, while priority is a really nice thing, it also throws a big annoying wrench into things.
Yeah, it does fuck with the natural. I mean, that's literally its point, but
Yeah. Let me get this back up. Well, an initiative standing increases 10. Which is a longer lasting effect than just a one-time you go, you move up, you go before others. However, priority allows you to move before everybody else. Not just,
And also, one thing that I want to keep in mind is that initiative standing increase and all that kind of stuff. Like, generally, that is for the cost of it, like, being on its own, like, move thing. Priority would kind of be more in addition to the actual move.
Yeah. I'm personally leaning towards just doing away with increased priority, like the multiple different levels of priority altogether.
Alright, so go back to, like, original priority versus do you have priority or not?
Yeah. And then from there, it's based on the actual... I mean, I guess it doesn't hurt to have the per rank in there, so if you really want to have, priority 7 or something, you can spend the 70 XP. Yeah, I think that's good. What was that?
Yeah, because like I'm just thinking about it, and like I will say that like from my experience, priority is kind of like a thing. Although that's like fucky. Although I definitely do need to get used to asking, hey, do you guys have like just asking people to declare priority like right away?
Yeah.
Just, beginning of round declaring priority. Anyone?
1 sec. Zorkid, thank you so much for that raid. You figured out raiding. Well, very nice. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you had a good time over there with Zorkid. I am Razim. We are currently working on developing our own tabletop system called SCAR, or Stories and Creatures in Alternate Realities. Thank you for sharing your community with me, Zorkid. Yeah. We can just leave the per rank in there. It doesn't hurt anything. And if people want to spend for that, go for it.
Yeah.
Knockback per 5 feet.
Knockback per 5 feet. Honestly, just like it's kind of an effect that like exists on multiple moves, and like a lot of moves have it, so I want to keep it in. But like also like deserves to kind of be cheap. I was just more thinking about if it should be 5 for 5 or 5 for 10.
Actually, I'm thinking of increasing the cost. I'm leaning toward it being more expensive, because
Oh, really?
the system as it is, if you are right next to an opponent on your turn, then you get your regular attack plus you get to use the strike maneuver. And
Yep.
if they move you, via knockback, well, then you've got to use your maneuver to move instead of getting that extra strike in. Which is why I'm feeling like it could be really powerful to have that. That
That is
said,
entirely true, but I also thought that the knockback effect would be something that there's like saves against.
yeah, I guess we could treat it like a status effect kind of thing. Just make it a really cheap
Yeah, I thought it would be
one.
a soul check.
Yeah.
Or
We
we
could
could
go
even
that
not even
route.
make it soul. We could actually even do something like have it be like, I don't know, like a vigor or will check. If we
Yeah.
want to. I was just more thinking about it under the lens of because we have a fucking bunch of like things where it's like, hey, there's an effect, but you get to save against it. So I figured that it'd be a another thing where it's a save effect.
Yeah, that's
What I was
fair.
thinking when I was costing it. I'm fine putting it at 10 per 5, but I just want to explain my thought process behind it.
We'll stick with the 5 for 5. Because I've also been playing with the idea of adding in a 5-foot step. That's just a free action
that's right.
every turn, so...
We need to make sure that that is like other things that have 5-foot step. You can't use that in addition to your normal movement. Like if you maneuver to move.
I am okay with allowing it. So you can do it...
That is a bit So the reason that I want to be careful about that is because it means that you're able to 5-foot step out of range of them like being able to hit you unless they have specifically reach on their move.
Oh, good point.
And
For
then you
attack
can
of
take your entire movement. Yeah.
Alright, that's fair. Also, with attack of opportunity in mind, because by default we're not going to allow ranged moves to be attack of opportunities. They can be used for attack of opportunity. I think reach should go back up to the 10.
Fair enough. And the 10.
Yeah. But yeah, 5-foot step, yeah, it won't be able to be used in addition to a move maneuver, but I am thinking that it can be used alongside a strike or, you can do move, an ability, a strike, and have a 5-foot step.
Yeah. But yeah, that is also why, like, in Pathfinder and 3.5 and the like, it does say things like you can't use your free 5-foot step and move in the same turn.
Yeah,
What do you
we'll go
wanna
with
take?
that. Yeah.
It's specifically because of attack of opportunity.
Yeah, I'm good with this.
Alright.
Ally swap.
Put it at 15. It could go up, could go down. I just felt like that was a pretty decent middle of the road because ally swap is just swapping positioning.
I say drop it to 5. As long as you're, like, if you're right next, because of course this is going to come with a, you have to be right next to him.
I figured that it was going to be, like, in range of the move, so, like, you could have reach. apply to it.
True. In that case, let's make it 10.
Alright, that's fair. I was just trying to think about it with that in mind. Because literally, like, just before I saw that, like, we were just... I was just considering Reach, so it was like... oh yeah, this would apply. There we go. Self-damage. It is both useless and extraordinarily harsh.
I'm feeling like self-damage is something that we are going to... Like those really powerful moves, like what we were talking about last week.
Yep. Overcharge
Where-
moves and all that.
Yeah, if you want to go
And uncontrollable.
over... Yeah, the uncontrollable things where they... I'm leaning towards just doing away with self-damage as a whole, and instead... That is something that you can do instead of reducing accuracy for moves that are over the basically level cap for damage.
Yeah. The soft damage cap. Alright,
Oh.
so you're thinking about removing it as something that you can add on, and instead it's just an effect that happens if you're using a move that's too strong.
Yes.
I feel like that's reasonable. The only other thing that I want to consider is user reduced to 0 HP for suicide moves.
I like
Because
the
there's more than
-50.
like yeah, because there's more than just like explosion and all that. Because there's also like one dark type move that like makes you faint, but it applies a stage 2 debuff to all stats on an enemy.
I like the -50.
Yeah. So that would put that at 70 XP, which I feel like is reasonable considering that it's like, you know, -2 stat change on everything. That's kind of fucking wild.
And considering in our system we don't need a revive in order to come back up, you just need a little bit of healing.
Yeah. But, yeah, let's go ahead and just... miscellaneous. I didn't touch shit here because I felt like all of this was way too fringe. And non-specific. Like, interaction with equipment. How do you... What's the interaction? There are like 15 bajillion interactions with equipment. What am I
So-
supposed to cost that?
With that, I believe that is referring to a things that steal held items. But
Oh, okay.
I definitely agree on this one being more fringe. We'll do it per... Because, honestly, I just want to get rid of it altogether. Not worry about those kinds of moves, because we're not having actual held items. And in a lot of cases,
Yeah.
those... Like, sure, you've got armor and such. I mean, accessories, I guess there's those. But the way accessories and whatnot are set up, it's not going to do you any good anyways to steal it, because you are... The way the bonuses work is that it's more of a personal connection to the item.
Yeah. The only thing that, like... Because we can make it so that way it makes sense for things. Like, you know, for example, if someone uses embargo, congratulations, they can't use healing items. Like, do they even have healing items? Who the fuck knows?
Yeah.
But I feel like that's a... And, you know, it takes an entire turn to use a move like embargo, so I mean... Instead of attacking, making it so that way they can't heal. Like, that feels very... You know. But again, like this feels like it's very fringe and should be explained on those moves themselves instead of having dedicated line items.
I agree.
Or if there's ones where it's like, burn, like there's one, I forget the name, but like it burns away held items if it's like edible, but like, again, like it feels like this is all very fringe.
I agree. Changing your own type or your opponent's type can be very useful with super effective and such. However,
Yeah.
I'd probably put it at like, I don't know, 20 maybe each.
Yeah, one of the reasons that like I'm very, very like I was kind of like raising my eyebrow at it. Is because of things like there is not exactly a lot of moves that do this kind of stuff, like Soak, for example, changes it to water type. But like, like Roost, for example, removes flying type until end of turn. But like, a lot of this is like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it feels like this is very strange. But honestly, if you want it to be in there, having it be 20, sure.
Yeah. I feel like it's
we're
good
just gonna
to
have
keep.
to put a note that this. We're just gonna have to put in an example that this happens after damage.
Yes.
I feel like it should happen after damage instead of before.
Ability changes type. That's a trait thing. We'll do away with that.
That's what I was thinking.
Damage affected by stats. It's already affected. We've already got stuff for that.
Well,
online.
this is for things like punishment. But again, this is like very fringe. The way that punishment works, by the way, is that it gains extra damage for every stat increase the target has.
Well,
but it's like congratulations. There's like, there. It's not exactly like it's a very like of the things that I can think of that has it. There's Power Trip, Punishment, and Stored Power. Like in all the Pokemon, I think there's 3 moves with that. So the way that Power Trip works is that it gains 2 base damage for every stat increase. You have Punishment, 2 damage for every stat increase the target has, and then Stored Power I think works the same way as Power Trip. It's just Psychic instead of Dark, and Special instead of Physical. I don't know if 3 moves is enough to bat it out XP wise.
Well, part of the reason of this sheet is to give toys to people to make their own stuff.
Yeah, fair.
Well, thanks, Gib Gab.
In that case, I'm thinking 10, and then with a note that says per, and then damage per in. I'm just gonna put per damage. So that way, if you want to have it be plus 2 damage, it's 20 XP. Like, obviously, this opens up doors to nukes, but I feel like it should be 10, maybe 15.
I'd say 15.
15? Yeah, sure.
And
then, next three are all trait things, so I didn't want to touch those.
Honestly, I say get rid of all of them.
Including the other two below? Or all three?
Well, we don't have any immunities in the base thing, so those will just be... Those will be per case.
Yeah. And then charge up and cool down, I also don't know if we're even doing that. So I also didn't know if I should even bother trying to XP stat it.
I would say no. We've got other... well...
We could also make it so that way, like, we could also make it so that certain moves, like, take up your bonus action as well. Or something like
We'll
that.
keep this, but... Well, we won't have this here, but instead it'll be another one of those that... Again, you can have a penalty to accuracy, you can take self-damage, or you can have a charge-up/cooldown for going over that damage limit.
Alright, so it's going on the trade-off section.
Yes.
Alright, so I'll just keep it as the dash.
I mean, that's kind of how it's
obviously-
used in Pokemon anyways.
Yeah, true. But yeah, overall, obviously I feel like a lot of this, we're gonna need to further refine this, but I feel like this is a good starting place that works with all of the, like, restrictions and, like, goals that you set for me when making this.
I think this looks great. I think you did a great job. Thank you.
Yeah. Obviously, we're gonna need to reformat this shit, but...
That can be worked on, you know, getting it transferred over to the main tab of this. That can be worked on later.
Yep. Obviously, we're gonna need to actually, like, put in, like, a thing protected, but again, like, I didn't want to worry too much about that. I just wanted to try and get this as statted out as possible.
What's up,
Especially
IG things?
considering...
Glad you're feeling great, Gib Gab.
Oh, well.
Alright, so...
We don't want...
What's up, Mar?
Oh, I was just gonna say, we don't want the Gib Gab to explode.
Why not?
I don't know, that sounds painful.
I'm being bonked by Gib Gab. The Gabby is bonking me.
Mm.
But
or is
yeah,
the Gib Gab bonking
I feel like...
do things? Or me?
I don't know, Gib Gab said it after I made my comment, so I mean, I just have to guess. But, yeah, I feel like, this is in a spot where it, you know, I feel like it's usable by the games if they want to make, custom moves with this. Obviously, though, like, they'd have to be told, like, what this shit even means for some of it.
Yeah, I'll be, honestly, eventually I'll probably just move this whole chart into the main document eventually.
I was hoping that would be the case, but both this and the document is in no state to do that. But yeah.
Yeah.
Also, yes, I have confirmation that I am the bonky. But yeah, I definitely feel like if like they understand what this shit means, either by watching this or having been told that they could probably use this to like make their custom moves if they want, or to upgrade moves. The only thing that we need to figure out for them to be allowed to do that is just where exactly we want the XP caps to be.
I don't remember what we were
That is
discussing
the only
last
thing that I
week
feel.
for it.
It was starting at 30 because that was the character creation start.
Mm-hmm.
And then at 10, we were thinking about raising it up to 50 to like really open it up, let people get creative, and then I think it
50?
was when they get to 10, they get 50 XP cap. That was what I was talking about last week, with the specific understanding of let's say that they have Ember, adding on 2 damage is already 10 XP to get it to 6 damage. And then, so if you want to get, like, I feel like for having 10 attributes, having a move that has, like, for example, what was it? It would be 6 damage with a 30% burn chance.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, we can let it in.
And then that would be from 10 until they get to 15 attribute points, and then it would open up with like another 20. That's what I was thinking, that it would go 20s.
I like that.
Or we could have it keep increasing more and more, but at the very least, because again, I was basing a lot of it because you wanted Ember as the gold standard. It does mean that it'd be a 6 damage, 30% burn, like just for their Ember upgrade. So and that's if they don't want to make it ranged. That's if they want to keep it melee.
Yeah, I like this idea. Yeah, we'll stick with that. That's a good idea. The 20 increase at every 5 attribute points.
Oh yeah, I feel like being locked to 30 during tutorial section is probably just fine and decent and actually probably good game design. Because it means that, while they're, because, first of all, it depends about the storyteller exactly when they get those 2 increases, but getting 2 attribute increases is not exactly the most difficult thing to earn. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. Although I like how you had the exact same reaction both times I brought up moving it to 50. You had the exact same reaction last week too.
Oh, I'm sure I did. It feels
No,
like
it's
a
funny
big
because
jump,
it,
but then you bring up the how it actually works, and I'm like, yeah, you're right.
It's just 50 is a big number.
Yeah. But it was even funnier because he even said 5-0 both times. Last week he even did 5-0 as well. So he had the exact same reaction.
Gimmond, accuracy starts at 100. 100%.
Yeah.
You can increase it higher, you can decrease it. It is versus their evasion, but yeah.
It is here that I shall depart. I have got to work
Alright.
early.
Alright, have a good day at work tomorrow. I need to step
Aye.
away for a couple of minutes myself. But yeah, thank you all so much for hanging out so far. I will be right back. Taldarius, they are in your capable talons to entertain.
Okay.
Good luck.
All right. But yeah, when we say that it starts at 100%, the reason that we say that is because that is the we have the set of guidelines for converting Pokemon moves into Scar moves. And one of the things is that for every 5% accuracy you are below 100, it imposes a -1 accuracy to it, like when converting over. However, this is for the conversion. You can in fact go up in accuracy, so you can basically go above 100% technically. So when we say that it's 100%, it's with the assumption that the move starts at base of 100 and then can go up or down from there. The actual accuracy value of each move in Scar is technically speaking 0 to start with, and then you add a remove accuracy. But for now, we're setting things up to remain consistent with our explanation that we are already using of moves, which is converting them from Pokemon, because we have 2 Scar Pokemon games going, 1 Scar Digimon game, and for more specific things, we're trying to like set up proper supplemental rule sets in order to properly do like Pokemon or Digimon or whatever. But for now, this is more for the base game. So I guess the better explanation is that the accuracy starts at a base of 0 accuracy, and then subtracts or adds based on the circumstances. It's just that when we were making this document in particular, it was with the idea of it being creating Pokemon moves, and then we wanted to convert it from there into being more general. If that makes sense. Yeah, also, I should probably change my reactor. Oh, I think I'm out of model slots. Strange. Very strange. Oh well. I guess I'll just have to do it manually each time. Ooh, I am now Fonsk. But yeah, no problem. I know that trying to convert it through a 2-step process is a little bit more difficult. So I just we're doing it all the time because it's a part of our design process. For you, all you got to worry about is that it starts off with no modifier. Where's my this? There it is. Hey, Gib Gab, if that's all you gotta worry about, you don't got much to worry about. I set my medicine with an open cap next to my drink, and I reached over to grab my drink, and I brought up my, and I brought it up, and then I realized that I grabbed my open medicine bottle instead of my fucking drink, and was like, oh, oh, let's not do that. Also, hi, Nano. How's it going? I see you were showing off some peep. A little bit of pop. Oh, that's fair. I guess I just haven't been seeing you every time I looked over. Yeah, I'm glad that my my presentation of proposed XP stuff went over pretty well. You've been here. That's a good one. I don't know if he has Martin Bot working right now. I'm gonna guess that he probably doesn't, but you know, hard to know.
Alright, I am back. Sorry about that. Looks like the Marten bot lost connection? Why? Ugh. Also, let's run Stream Raiders.
Joke.
There we go. It's working again. Not sure why I lost connection earlier, but... Alright, place your troops, everybody. So, I suppose that is good to go on all of that. Just needs to get switched over to the main tab. The other thing I wanted to go over today are type matchups, and then also do some work on the feats.
Alright.
So I guess we could start with the feats on... with the categories that we're gonna have. People. So we're gonna have combat-oriented ones. General is good. We'll have specialty feats, which are more related to specific skills.
Or should we want to call them specialty feats when we have specialties?
Well, I do specify in the specialties section that there are some specialties that are actually acquired via feats. The main reason for this is like with crafting, I'm going to have a lower cost for those specialties. So that's why they're going to be under feats instead, because feats are different cost per feat.
A wise choice for leader.
Nano 8-bit Shadox has purchased 3 avatars and Marten's packs.
Nano! Thank you so much for that purchase and supporting the channel. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you.
Nano is good bean.
There are many good beans here.
True.
Such as this ender dragon that's hanging out here.
You really polished that zero.
Huh?
So you really polished that zero by now. To a mirror shine.
I mean, unless people are calling you an ender dragon outside of here, then you're only being called it when you actually come hang out. So it does go up.
No, people in my chat also call me an ender dragon.
Ah, okay.
Smiles, everyone! Smile!
This is like some great fantasy.
Nano 8-bit Shadox has purchased 3 general cards alpha packs.
Oh, Nano, thank you so much for that pack purchase too.
Tell me about the rabbits.
Nano 8-bit Shadox has purchased 3 general cards beta packs.
Just wait until I get the Asher animations. Though those won't be available with the pack purchases. Or that won't be played with the pack purchases. That's just the squirrel one for now. But I am getting some Asher cards. Thank you for that purchase as well, Nano. I really, really appreciate the support so much. Thank you. The cards are a lot of fun. Also, I feel like switching avatars. I don't know who to switch to, though.
It is indeed a bit of a conundrum.
But yeah, specialty feats are ones that expand the capability of a skill. It's my method of adding in some extra stuff to go with. I mean, a lot of this, I guess, doesn't. I don't know. The lamp's back? What are you talking about, Gimmond? Yeah, you're welcome to join, Gib-Dab. Just remember we're trying to keep focused on this, so... You know.
I mean, Gib Gabbin, focused? Old strategy.
Ah, that's what you're talking about. I see, I see. Duke.
Almost minted.
What was that?
Oh, I said Mogo's minted.
I am confused.
Because of the sound effect. Did you get your Mogo's minted? What? Meow.
I'm afraid you have still lost me.
Oh, okay. This is true, Nano. Zim does not know memes.
No, I'm really bad at memes. Hi, Abby. Hi, Seda.
Hi, Abby. Hi, Seda.
We'll put in. I like the idea of story feats. They're probably going to be more generalized and probably won't have very many outside of a few example ones. But these can be special ones that the storyteller can provide.
Alright.
Because I'm actually looking at the Pathfinder feats list, and I actually like this idea. Like the Betrayed one, it gives you a benefit of when you're in a harmful area of effect created by an ally.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sub.
Nano, thank you so much for that gift sub. Seda, enjoy the ad-free experience.
Our modest fellowship expands.
And Gimmon with the
Praise
gift
the
sub to Abby. Thank you. But like the Betrayed story feat, you get to roll your saving throw twice and take the better result when you're in an ally's area of effect. However, it also comes with a goal of tracking down the people who betrayed you and either bring them to justice or slay them. Or something along those lines where the GM gets a lot of say on it.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
Nano 8-bit Shadox just resubscribed for 6 months. Razim blep razim blep razim blep razim blep razim comfy razim blep razim blep razim blep razim blep razim blep razim blep razim blep.
Thank you for that resub as well, Nano. Thank you for your 6 months of support on the channel here. And there is a hype train going, so I guess I should move over to the hype train playlist.
Chugga chugga.
Chugga chugga. But with that Betrayed one, when you actually complete the goal, it gives you some more benefits. So I like that idea a lot.
Alright. So, question: when it comes to the background, specialty you're able to get up, do you want to make it so that way it could also be a background specialty or a background feat? Do you want to do that? Because feats are already kind of specialties, so I mean.
Well, we're removing the whole feats being specialties thing, but yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Nano 8-bit Shadox
Oh.
258 gibitties. Vibe check razim creet gif razim fumble gif razim creet gif razim fumble gif razim creet gif razim fumble gif.
Thank you for the biddies, Nano. And that is level 1 of the hype train completed. No, the background specialty is gonna stay the same. We're gonna, because they also get to pick a feat.
Okay.
So we'll keep those separate. Oh, okay, Liam. Good night. Be a good kitty. You're a good kitty, Liam. Yeah, it's kind of your fault, Liam, for, tempting it. Come on, guys, can we get this hype train going anymore? There's a bunch of you out there, come help. Bang down, bang down, bang down, bang 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 na 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 na. Bang na 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 down bang bang down bang na na bang na 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 down bang na 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 down bang bang na bang 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 now bang na now bang na 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 no bang na 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 no. Ba da da dum bum ba da bum 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 ba da 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 dum. Dumba. That's fair, Nano. That's fair. Alright, so categories for feats I have so far. Ability, combat, general, specialty, story, and teamwork. Any others you can think of? I feel like utility can probably fall under either combat or general Gimmond. And the hype train is away. Choo choo.
Trying to think. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Just...
Well, with Pathfinder, they've got general, combat, separate thing for critical, which I don't feel like separating out. Item creation, which kind of falls under the specialty feats probably, and item creation in this, we're not going to really have the super magical stuff. And then meta magic, which I kind of cover, I'm going to cover under ability.
Yeah. Oh, I know they also have, well, they kind of do with traits of religious, but that doesn't matter here. I'm just trying to think about it. I feel like I'm forgetting something else. Are they generally? Don't know why, though.
I will say Pathfinder also has an achievement category.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, back to the radio, because Hype Train's gone. But I think those kinds of things are just gonna go under the story ones. Especially because most of them are kind of like, why does this exist? Like the all gnolls must die achievement feat. Deliver the killing blow to 20 gnolls, hyenas, dire hyenas, were hyenas, jackal wares, or minions of an evil god or goddess. And as long as you carry some sort of trophy harvested from a gnoll, you gain a +2 morale bonus on all will saves. And you also get a +2 competence bonus on attack rolls and weapon damage against all of those. Like, why is it so specific?
I don't know, maybe you just really hate Gar, I don't know.
Yeah, we're just gonna have that under the story ones. Though I do like the idea of the achievement kind of things. Ish.
Oh, I definitely like the idea. It should be more generalized, though.
Yeah. But a lot of the story, like, we'll have some examples for the story ones, but they will be more, those will be very generalized ones that are intended for the storyteller to pick more.
Yeah. You know what? I think that this is good for now, and then if I can think of anything, I'll just come back to it.
What are you
You
working
know what I
on?
mean?
You mean for the categories?
No, I was still just thinking about categories, yeah.
Ah, yeah. Let's move over to the type matches. So my idea is each type gets a resistance outside of, you know, just resisting itself, equal to the number of things that are super effective against them. So,
Alright,
like,
so we're looking for 4 to 4.
Not necessarily, because, like, Shadow, for example.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It has 5 things that are super effective against it, so it's going to have 5 resistances.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay.
So, Astral has 4 things that it's super effective against, or that are super effective against it. So, I'm thinking no interaction. Well, possibly a resistance to Earth. Oh no, Earth is super effective against Astral. So I guess it wouldn't make any sense for Astral to resist Earth.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, it would be Earth that is super effective. That is... Wait, what? Right, we're working by the columns. That's right, that's right. We're going we went rows before, now we're going columns. Okay. I'm on top of things now. Okay. So right now there is psionic, or astral resist psionic. I would say it resists sonic. You know, sound doesn't really travel in space.
Offense is down. So you're saying what astral is not effective at damaging?
No.
Offensive.
No.
But based on what you have the chart as, you are. Look, it literally says defense goes by rows and offense goes by columns.
Okay, so offense, meaning an astral attack does extra damage against a mythic type.
Yes.
So now I am going by columns, where we're figuring out what astral resists. What is not very effective against astral.
Yeah, okay.
So that's why we're going by columns.
The key is
now.
very confusing to me. Okay, yeah. The key was just confusing me.
Okay. So yeah, astral has 4 things that are super effective against it. So it'll have 4 things that it resists. So I say sonic because, you know, it's a, you know, sound doesn't travel very well in space, and that's kind of what astral is meant to represent.
Yep.
I think water's okay. Wind? I could see wind possibly being, it resisting wind. Maybe fire?
Yeah.
You should probably get into this document, Taldarius.
I have your stream up, so I'm literally looking at it as you're looking at it.
Okay. Just seems it feels like you're a little distracted.
It's just because I'm thinking about a lot of things. Don't worry about it too much, I'm just thinking.
Why is this not playing anything? There it goes.
Yeah, I guess I should probably get in it just because of you doing stream readers. I should be able to see it while you're doing stream readers. Alright,
yeah, probably. So, yeah. Any others that you think would fit for astral resisting? Well, while you're thinking
Maybe
on
nature?
I could see nature. But which one would it replace
It fits
then?
better.
Huh?
Yeah, I was about to say, like, I don't really see any others that it would replace well. I was just trying to it.
Yeah, I think I'm good with these three. Well, these four. Alright. Earth. It's got 4 weaknesses, so it needs 4 strengths.
Probably poison.
Great idea. I could also see it resisting necrotic.
Yeah, definitely electric.
Oh yeah, definitely electric. In fact, don't even need to consider that one. That's just automatic.
Literal grounding. Yeah.
We do have Astral being super effective against, or Earth being super effective against Astral. We could have Earth resisting Astral, or just no effect either way. We'll do that as a potential.
Yeah. I'm trying to think about other ones that would fit. Definitely not Sonic or Shadow.
Yeah, those two are just no interaction, I'd say.
There are actually areas that are, like, you know, eroded and shaped by wind that are, like, you know, so probably not wind. Mythic. I mean, there's always the meme of saying that, like, you know, mythical stories aren't exactly down to earth, but no. And I'm not really seeing a case for light or fire, so yeah, I think it's going to be Astral Necrotic Poison.
Yeah, works for me. Alright, Electric has only 3 things that are super effective against it, so it gets 3 resistances. I can see nature.
Yeah.
Ooh, it could resist metal.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And then
Oh, maybe Shadow.
I'm kind of feeling Shadow, yeah.
Yeah. I think Shadow's the best option there.
Yeah. And then Fire has 5 things that are super effective against it.
I'm thinking probably... Well, probably Poison, Necrotic, and Nature is just like an easy 3. Maybe Light?
Yeah, I could see it resisting light.
Then we need one more.
Fire and electric resist each other because both energy. I don't know about that, but I could see fire resisting electric. Though I'm feeling like metal might be a better thing for it to resist. Hey there, Karth. Hey, Leaf. Oh, jeez. Well, thanks for letting me know, Leaf. That list looking good?
Yeah, I think it's looking good. Also, I am sorry to hear that.
I don't think we're gonna lock these in yet.
Yeah.
Because we don't want too many things that are being resisted either.
Yeah, of course.
Because it would suck for one
Also, hi,
type to be
Seda.
like, and
Hello.
we've got... Oh, hey, Seda.
I'm sorry, that was a very long pit stop. About like a 90-kilometer long pit stop.
Hey, thanks for the biddy, Duke.
But Abby has sufficiently been called cute.
Oh, wonderful.
Alright.
So apologies for the delay. Hi.
Hi.
How is it going, you two?
Well, we went over the XP costs, and then we went over some feat things, and then now we're going over the types.
You mean paw things? I joke.
Yeah, we're now going over the type resistances and such.
Yep, I'm looking at that now.
Yep. By the way, I'd also really recommend, like, when you get a chance, going over the proposal tab of the XP ability cost.
Ba-bo. What page would that be on?
It's another document altogether. If you're on the document, it's linked from the abilities and type section. Scar ability costs.
Yeah, it opening.
And the proposal side.
So, back on this, I'm feeling light would resist astral.
Yeah. That definitely tracks for me.
Mm-hmm. Agree.
We got 4 things that are effective against light, so we need 4 that it resists. We've
Maybe
got
you win?
I could somewhat see wind, yeah.
I mean, wind basically does nothing for light. So, like,
Yeah.
I could definitely see like yeah, this is not very effective. You're trying to blow out a laser.
Yeah.
Light, I definitely don't think that light would resist metal. We do have metal resisting light, though, as a proposal.
I could also see light resisting Sonic.
I was thinking that.
Yeah. If it's like I know that like this is more, I'm against it being the literal like holy one, but it's kind of being that anyways. So poison.
I like that proposal. And I mean, that is kind of the idea behind it, is it's meant to be holy and such. I don't like it being bound to that, but at the same time, that is kind of encompassed under the light type. Yeah, purifying. I like that description to it. I do things. In fact, we'll add that to the main document. Where is it? Types. Purity. And under shadow, we'll add the opposite of corruption. Well, that is 4 proposals. We've got light resisting astral, poison, sonic, and wind. On to the next one. We've got 4 weaknesses. Metal has 4 weaknesses. We've already got a proposal for light, for metal resisting light, and metal resisting sonic, or psionic. So, well, water can rust metal, so we're not gonna do that. There's a possibility for wind. Leaning into the shadow side of things being, you know, more the corruption and such, we could have metal resist shadow, you know, because it's a very rigid thing. It doesn't warp easily, it doesn't get corrupted really.
It is the thing that casts the shadow.
Yeah. So yeah, we could do metal for that. Kind of the same reason with it resisting necrotic.
Oh, 100% resisting necrotic. And like I mean, actually, like jumping away from the shadow for a moment, I'd almost be on board with swapping shadow for poison resistance, kind of taking the Pokemon logic from it, because what is poison going to do to steel?
That is fair. So we could take away its resistance to shadow.
Yeah, I would, and I'm gonna actually kind of flip an argument over here, even though I still kind of agree with necrotic. I can like when I also think of necrotic, I also kind of think of like the acidity, almost like a tub of vat. So, you know,
it was also supposed to be part of the acid thing.
Acid goes under poison.
Yeah, well, I mean, it also did have a little bit of it.
Yeah.
When we were talking about it originally.
Necrotic is more undead, like rot, things like that. So I like metal resisting necrotic. I like it resisting poison because yes, acid, usually when you are, you know, trying to contain an acid, it's you're using metal of some variety.
Definitely not water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely not water, yeah.
Okay, if you're dealing with anything acidic, Don't add water to it, please. This is your chemistry safety lessons for the day. 9 times out of 10, you'll make the acid burn worse.
Hey there, alt pal. Alright, well, I like these proposals. Psionic, it resists psionic, poison, necrotic, and light. Now, for mythic, where you've got kitsune, dragons, etc., fey folk, etc.
Dart.
Dart is not under mythic. He is under metal. And
Dart.
earth.
The other M. The other M.
Look, I could totally be a mythic metal type creature. Just look at this fan art here with like a glowing white aura. And an 8-pack. I've had chocolate.
Ah, that explains a lot.
Belgian chocolate.
Alright, so mythic, we've already got it resisting psionic. It's got 4 weaknesses, so we need 3 more that it would resist.
Alright, so basically the logic that I'm following is that for like mythical creatures, you know, extraterrestrials would, you know, basically effectively be outside their realm, so they would have a hard time pressed. Purity of light, love it. Nothing beats a trusty old sword, and even the
also because cold iron.
Fair. And then, you know, even the best poisons can work.
Yeah.
It should probably resist nature, I think.
That's a possible one. I'm kind of leaning towards mythic and nature just having no particular strengths or weaknesses to them. Because a lot of the time when it comes to something mythical, it is closely tied to nature itself. Which is why I've been avoiding having it have any interaction with each other. Or, you know, special effective or not.
Though a counter argument...
We could have mythic be resistant to the more basic things of earth, fire, water.
You actually kind of read my mind there. It's like, I could see an argument for making mythic effectively resistant to the normal stuff. So you know, earth, wind, and fire.
Earth, wind, and fire.
Brain made dirt, but yeah, like the core ones, like, you know, nature, fire,
Earth, wind, water, fire.
Yeah. I don't want to do the nature, plus we've already got psionic, it resisting psionic, though that could be changed. I like the water and wind, but that gives us too many resistances.
I would probably almost... I would actually almost favor psionic just being neutral.
Yeah, we could do that.
Because, like, when I think mythic, I feel like ordinary stuff would not be,
That is a fair point. Part of the reason why
that was also what I was thinking about it. Yeah.
Part of the reason why I was having mythic resist psionic is, you know, dragon minds work differently than everybody else's. So even though you are psionic, you're a master of the mind, it's the same logic as why astral is resistant to psionic. Is because, you know, the foreign mind kind of aspect to it.
Yeah. Though the counter argument I would probably say is, like, you know, in a very similar line to astral, you could just have a mind that sure works differently, but is immensely more powerful.
Yeah.
Which I think kind of makes a good argument for it just being neutral. Like,
Yeah, we can have it be neutral.
and I feel like the more basic elements of, water, wind, fire, earth, like, yeah, are you going to toss a rock at a god? You gonna try to breathe some fire on a kitsune? You gonna blow bubbles at the Loch Ness monster?
Alright, I think we're good on that then. Yeah, you've made your argument.
Saying it, you keep listing off things I would absolutely do just to see the look on their face.
Okay, now I'm just imagining just like freaking, Shade going against Waycraza, and you just have Shade just pull a little bubble set and just go bubble, bubble, bubble. Not even a bubble beam, just bubbles.
Alright, so on to nature. It's got 4 weaknesses, so... And actually...
So it's weak to forest fires, chainsaws, rot, and poison.
Yes.
I would say in this case, nature resists water.
I approve.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I'm also thinking resists earth? That's a little too...
that.
Yeah, it is one of the things that, like, when it comes to water and earth, it is one of the very few things that actually does stop erosion. So, I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
It would probably be resistant to light. As it literally uses it as its driving force.
Yeah.
Yep.
We could also potentially have it resist shadow. Partially because I'm
weary of that due to Mirkwood things and the like.
I would actually think Sonic.
Yeah, I could see Sonic.
What are you gonna do? Yell at a tree? Hey, fall over! Dart says to the Sudowoodo.
Don't worry, Shade could tell you how to deal with a Sudowoodo.
Alright, so necrotic. But one of the reasons why I was leaning towards Shadow is because Shadow has only one thing that has been proposed as it resisting it so far.
To be fair, I think, it'll... Like, I feel like it'll resist Psionic. I feel like it'll resist, like, maybe some other things at some point. It's just,
Yeah, that's fair.
No, wait. Sonic was good against Shadow. Wait. I'm just having a brain fart where I legitimately just forgot how to read the chart again. Give me a second.
Alright, we'll just move on to necrotic for now. So... I don't feel like resistance for water, wind makes sense, or sonic. I could see necrotic resisting psionic.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I would say necrotic resisting astral. It is super effective against astral.
True. I could see that.
Necrotic would probably also resist nature.
Yeah.
I'm good with that. Oh yeah, you could argue poison, and since they're already dead.
Mm-hmm.
Though you could make things more dead. I'm kind of okay since poison already has a lot of resistances, kind of like making that neutral.
Yeah, I think we'll keep it neutral. Because not only that, but like, you know, you got vampires that, with typical lore, you know, vampires would fall under necrotic. And they are, you know, garlic is good against them, holy water, you know. And those are essentially like poisons to them. So, yeah. I'm good with that.
Yeah. I mean, like, I can kind of think, like, necrotic as, you know, undead. Which, opposite of dead, being alive, so even though they are a different form of living, they are still kind of alive-ish. God, English is a funny language.
I know, right?
This is why should we all just do pokey speak. Rockruff.
No.
Okay. So that's the 4 that we're going to be putting in there.
I was just changing it up so that way it's a little easier for my own personal brain to be able to keep track of things with, you know.
Yeah.
Having 2 different things that I'm looking for throws me through a little bit of a loop. And, yeah, I do things. That was my idea behind electric, or necrotic resisting electric, is because, reanimation, a lot of the time, you know, Frankenstein's monster, you know, it was brought to life by a lightning bolt. In D&D, a lot of the time when you come across various, especially like flesh golems, they actually get healing from electric. So that was my thoughts behind the necrotic resisting electric. But on to poison. We've got 4 weaknesses, so 4 resistances.
Easy one is mirroring Mythic. Because it's super effective against Mythic already, so.
Good idea.
And I feel like actually necrotic would... poison would resist necrotic, even though it's poison is neutral against necrotic. Because I feel like trying to make... You can't really make poison dead. It's poison.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not wanting any interaction with metal for poison resisting.
Yeah.
We could have poison resist light. I mean, light does resist poison, but why not both ways?
I mean, actually, the way that I would see it is... You can break down some poisons with, you know, with, like, intense light. Almost like... Actually, I'm kind of actually arguing the other way here.
True, Pokemon does have types that mutually resist each other.
Yeah.
And we do have a lot of types that mutually is super effective, so...
Yeah. Though I do find it interesting when, you know, some of their interactions are a bit more rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
Or not rock. But maybe like a Canadian will hit.
It's when it's a Mexican standoff, where they all like point guns at each other.
I'm gonna go toss in some food, but I'll still be listening.
All right. So poison.
I kind of feel like electric against poison almost feels kind of useless.
Yeah, maybe.
But at the same time, I could also make an argument for astral being not very effective against poison.
Yeah. I was also thinking about nature, but also I feel like we kind of have a bit much already resisting nature.
Yeah, right
We already
now,
have 3, and I'm already like leaning towards having Shadow like resist nature. So I mean,
yeah, so
we get 4 things that resist it, so we kind of can't.
Yeah, I mean, like right now, poison is the one that has the most resistances. There's 5 things that resist it, so I think that's kind of our limit.
Well, we're not counting it. We're not counting itself.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, right now,
Necrotic is also maxed.
Yeah, necrotic is also maxed. So could be mindful of that.
Yep. Do we have anything else that we want to resist astral?
I mean, looking
The
down
only
the
other
line,
things that resist astral is shadow and water.
and
You can make a case for shadow, not water.
yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards giving that resistance to poison.
Yeah.
Because darkness is darkness, but you could have a foreign poison that even they can't really do anything against. But I feel it's a coin toss. Like,
oh wait, also we wanted it to slightly encapsulate aliens, right?
yeah,
Well, because a lot of the time, like one of the things about like aliens in movies is we kind of have this with necrotic a little bit, but like getting a disease or something, or like finding out that like a substance on Earth is toxic or poisonous or whatever.
they are allergic to oxygen.
I mean, that's the dumbest one, but yeah. So there is a decent argument for making poison resist astral.
Yeah, I like poison resisting astral. And electric was the other one.
Yeah.
I kind of like this as is.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing I could potentially see, because one other thing that I'm kind of noticing is that, necrotic and poison share the same resistances in astral and electric and the same weakness to shadow. I'm wondering if we could potentially do something to differentiate them a little bit on that front.
They have almost entirely different offensive capability.
That is true, though.
The only shared offensive is the whole like shadow.
Very fair.
Yeah, I think they're differentiated enough, and even then, their resistances are... There's only 2 that they share. Which,
Yeah.
that is half of them, but, eh. But, on to Psionic. I'm liking the idea of giving... Psionic's got 4 or 5 weaknesses. We could give it a resistance to Shadow. Especially because Shadow's only got one other thing that resists it. And kind of that whole strength of mind thing where, Shadow...
On the flip side, whole fear is the mind killer, and Shadow is also supposed to be, like, the fear effect one.
Yeah, but we also definitely need, yes, there is that argument to be made, but at the same time, we need something else to resist Shadow, and right now, Psionic's the only thing left on this list that I could see. And it only having 2 things that resist it. I mean, I could possibly see an argument for Sonic resisting Shadow, but... water, too.
I mean, since we were kind of discussing about Shadow potentially resisting Astral, we could move that point.
Back to that. For now, let's focus on the Psionic, and then we'll go through... part of the reason why I'm not putting the red X on these is so we can be like, okay, so...
I'm gonna admit a derp. I thought we were on Shadow, not Psionic. Oopsies.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But one of the reasons, the main reason why I'm not putting the red X is so that way it's like, okay, we can go through here after we've gone through these and be like, okay, Shadow is not enough is resisting Shadow, so let's move things around.
Yeah.
But I'm still leaning towards Psionic resisting Shadow, which is very different from Pokemon, I know, but it's also different from Pokemon's Dark type.
Yeah.
I could also see an argument for Wind not being very effective against Psionic.
That's a potential, yeah.
I'm
kind of liking the idea of Necrotic and Psionic mutually resisting each other.
If you want, you could have it resist, I don't know, maybe... I was thinking a little bit, what about, electricity? Electric.
I was actually thinking about that, but then I kind of thought about I'd be more inclined for it to be a neutral one because, if you're talking about the power of the mind, how do you overload the mind? Zap it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'd actually almost be inclined to say, almost light or fire.
Could always go with one of the most, basic psionic things that's shown as, pyrokinetics. But,
Yeah, I mean that's a very valid argument. If you're powerful enough of the mind, telekinesis or pyrokinesis, could almost be second nature to you, which I could see as a good argument for it resisting either fire or earth or both.
I mean,
I would definitely see it
weaknesses,
resisting.
So.
I could definitely see it resisting necrotic Also, we do have Psionic being super effective against Shadow, so yeah, I could definitely see. Looking at that, I could definitely see it resisting Shadow as well.
So, so Psionic resists Fire, Earth, Necrotic, Shadow, and Wind. I kind of like that. Yeah, Psionic does resist light, or does resist Shadow, but I'm not sure about it resisting light yet. It's something I will consider. But right now we do have the 5 resistances.
Yeah. Now, moving on to what Shadow will actually resist, which also has 5 weaknesses.
Oh, yeah.
I should probably resist nature.
Yep, I'd say resist nature and almost resist mythic.
What is mythics?
Or
Mythic is not resisted by much.
Yeah.
no, literally only resisted by poison at the moment.
What?
Because actually,
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
actually, hard example. I can kind of see the whole, and actually also resist metal, potentially.
Yeah.
Just because I can see the argument of like, the hero vanquishing the shadow.
Yeah. Well, no, but there's also like there's another like idea behind shadow resisting myths, which is the fact that and technically speaking, I guess this would be more for it being super effective against it, but like the way that myths like die out is if they're like forgotten and left to the shadows.
Yeah, like a lot of the evils are created by the mythics kind of getting lost in their own hubris and like neglecting some of the most basic individuals or outcasting their own, and that kind of concentrated hate resists their power.
Yeah, I'm liking this suggestion. So, Shadow resists metal, mythic, and nature.
I
But
need 2 more.
poison's already got a lot of things
Probably
that it's
Sonic.
resisting, but...
Have it resist Sonic.
I could see that.
Especially considering that, like, creepy sounds at night is literally, like, one of the things about Shadow that, like, empowers it even more, so, I mean...
Yeah. Definitely don't want it resisting water. Water's usually kind of a purifying factor.
yeah.
I'm leaning towards Earth.
Could be Earth, could also go Wind. For a lot of the same reasons as Sonic.
Uh-oh. Who changed something?
I right-clicked something, I don't know what changed, though.
Oh, it's undone now. Oh, you left a D.
Okay. I don't know what changed. All I know is I right-clicked, and then everyone's like, something changed. I'm like, oh, okay.
Actually, I'm kind of liking the idea of Shadow resisting wind, but not resisting earth. Because going to the whole demonic side of Shadow, which is one of the aspects to it, is, the Earth is literally basically the cage around Hell. They gotta find a way to break through it, so I'm liking wind, though. It resisting wind. Alright, next one! Sonic, which has only 3 weaknesses.
Okay, I feel like Sonic should...
Maybe water?
I could see it resisting water,
Does
yeah.
Because it distorts it, but it doesn't, like...
Stop it.
It actually carries farther.
I could see Shadow or Sonic resisting Shadow. That mutual
Could have them
resistance
resist
there.
each other.
And then one more.
Considering that Sonic is super effective against metal, I could see Sonic resisting metal.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
I'm leaning towards it resisting Mythic.
I'm also down for that.
For 2 reasons. One, we've only got 2 resistances for Mythic so far. But also, going with the Fey Wild kind of thing. Creatures that are Sonic-based are probably making a lot of noise. They're not going to be listening to those deals that the Fey try to make and such. Hi, Fetch. So, I'm kind of wanting to do that for those 2 reasons.
You can also just go with oral tradition. If you want to think about it that way.
That too. So that would be Sonic taken care of. On to water. Easy one here, fire.
Yep.
I would say another easy one, metal.
Yep. It's currently got 4 weaknesses. I could see it resisting Shadow. Again, going into that typical water purifying evil kind of thing.
Also, the depths of the ocean.
I was thinking more about the depths of the ocean with all like the
that too.
blind fish.
Yep.
Because no light reaches there.
Oh, okay. Why do I feel like a water type Pokemon to a shadow type Pokemon just giving the whole Bane speech of like, you simply adopted the darkness. I was in it, molded by it.
I could see water also resisting earth. Usually it's earth, water washing away earth, so...
Oh, absolutely, and especially considering that it's super
and all
effective
that.
against yeah.
Yeah. And then the last one is wind. It's got 3 weaknesses, so...
Fire. Fire already actually is already maxed out. It already has 4, but...
Well, I'm not too worried about them being maxed out, but... on resistances. I could see water or wind resisting Psionic.
Wind resisting light. And I could totally see psionic too.
Do we have any others that we want to put in here?
Maybe. I'd like to consider Sonic. Because the wind dictates how sound will travel.
True. But what would that replace? Well, actually, considering where we stand, let's leave these three here for now and look at this. So right now, Astral is resisted by 4. Earth is resisted by 4. Electric is only resisted by 3.
Yeah. Fires by 5. Yeah, I'm about to say use the left column to write up.
Oh, I was just not bothering with 4s because that seems to be kind of our baseline.
I think it's important to know which ones are good as well.
Fair.
So we, like, at a glance, know which ones we can consider swapping to. Also, because some we need 3 on, not 4. And some we need 5 on. I guess, technically. So there's all that.
Well, I mean, if we move one of the 5s to one of the 3s for each, that would make us even on everything.
Yeah, that's true.
Everything would have 4, so... And I think that would be about as balanced as we could get.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely swap one of the fire resistances out for an electric resistance because we can kind of think of electricity as a more pure form of fire energy.
Maybe. The only things that we... There's only a couple things that we could consider that. Because Mythic is one of the ones that we can't because of the literal shtick with Mythic. So for that, we have Astral, we have Psionic, and then we can't swap out the other 2 because of weaknesses.
Okay, so we're looking at...
Astral or Psionic? For fire. 2 electric. Actually, wait, are we thinking about this the wrong way? Because we were doing this by columns. Why are we counting by row? Wait. I guess because... Wait, are we checking this from the offensive side of things now, or... Wait, I think I fucked myself up on the key again. I'm gonna unfuck myself on the key. Just give me a second.
I'm not gonna lie, could I suggest a change for the type charts that I feel like would make readability immensely better?
Sorry, I was away for a moment. So as far as that goes, I literally just copied the Pokemon one for the setup.
Yeah, can I make a suggestion that might improve readability?
What's that?
Could we actually just move the defensive column to the bottom as opposed to the top? Because I feel like looking at things from a top left to bottom right perspective makes the readability of the chart a little bit easier to follow. Because when you're looking at the defensive option on the top right there, your brain almost follows that almost like you're following an attack for a moment.
I was just going by industry standard. Which the industry standard in this case is Pokemon. Because everybody else follows Pokemon, so I wanted it to be a bit more, you know, recognizable.
Yeah. I'm just trying to wrap my head around which direction we're going for this.
Okay,
Just give me a second.
For offense, when it comes to offense, that is the attack. The attack type is the row.
Okay, so when we're going this way, like across Astral, this is saying when attacking, it is not effective against Earth, it's not effective against Light, it's not effective against Necrotic, it's not effective against Poison.
Yes.
That's how we're reading this. So shouldn't we be counting by column to see also like how many...
The reason why I'm not going by column is because we already did go by column. We went through resistances. Like, we literally already went through. Like, everything is equal.
Well, yeah. But I'm saying that because in order to make sure that, like, because I remember we were talking before about possibly having more offensive and more defensive types. But if you want to make it mirror, we can. But that's why I was also getting a little bit confused.
I mean, I lean towards more mirrored because it's the easiest thing to balance.
All right.
The more it's mirrored, it's the easier it is to balance it. Whereas, like, honestly, I'm good with just leaving it as it is. With electric having less weaknesses, fire having more weaknesses, I am good with that. It's just...
Well, fire doesn't have more weaknesses. It has more things that resist it.
True. Yes. Right.
Yeah. I'm almost inclined to potentially move... You know, and I know I just argued this differently before, but I could almost see you swapping the fire resistance from Mythic to Electric. Or the wind resistance. Actually, no. Yeah, I think the fire resistance to Mythic might make more sense.
If anything, I'd argue for getting rid of the wind.
Getting rid of the wind, okay.
Wind to electric.
Wind to electric? Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, I could see it.
Because wind is also representative of flying, so we could just move wind to electric.
I'm good with that.
Which solves that problem, so now we just have fire, mythic, necrotic, and water to balance out. Let's see.
We could change necrotic. We could change necrotic from no longer having its poison resist, and instead having fire resist. Oh, no, they're both 5s. Why am I saying? Ignore what I was saying.
Yeah, part of me like wants to move the astral resistance from fire to water.
We can move the necrotic resistance for earth to mythic. Or, make it so that way mythic is resisted by earth instead of necrotic.
Yeah, I could see that. Basically gods make the land. What's one rock gonna do with them?
No. This is all offensively, mythic is not that good against the earth. Instead of necrotic being not that good against the earth.
Sorry, my brain's thinking backwards.
Yeah. This is also why I was getting confused, because left to right is offensive. Like, the row is offense. So mythic has a lack of things that resist it when it's attacking. Necrotic has too many things that resist it when it's attacking. But we want to keep it on the same column, so that way the columns stay balanced. I'm saying that we should move the necrotic not being good against the earth to mythic not being good against the earth. And one argument for doing this is that, with necrotic, you can curse the earth. If you think about even just stories Indian graveyards and shit like that.
Though, as a counter suggestion idea, what about moving the necrotic resistance of metal up to mythic?
We could also do that.
Because I could see if the metal, if we're going along the logic of the sword, defeating the god, as metal is super effective against mythic, we could give.
I like that. Yeah.
Also considering that metal is also machines in progress and the like. So
True.
Literally the ages of myth going bye-bye as time progresses.
So now we need to move one of the fire resistances down to water.
Which I was about to make the argument for moving that resistance from astral, from fire to water, because I don't know why. I just think, a fire bat against Zergling.
Good point. I like it. We'll ship it. We'll call it good. I like that suggestion a lot.
Which I know partially makes an argument for, making it super effective, but hey, I think it's better. Neutral damage is better than resistance, because, look, Zerglings can overwhelm a fire bat, but it's still an effective tool.
Which I believe makes our type chart balanced and complete.
It is, yes.
Oh, why did that... There we go. Let's replace all these X's. And with this, there are going to be some that aren't, for example, Shadow having 5 weaknesses. But on the flip side, it's also got 5 strengths.
It doesn't have 5 strengths.
5 resistances.
Now, a question. I'm assuming these resistances, in the case of dual typings, those resistances stack. So it go
Yes.
from like 1/2 to a quarter.
Yep.
'Cause,
Well, we have specific methods for it, but yes.
Because damn, part of me just wants to like tear this type chart apart now and just try to come up with like what's the best typing.
Oh wait,
When it
hold
comes to dual typing, that's out of our hands here.
I mean, I will check that, but one thing that I just noticed is that Sonic has 1, 2, 3. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah. I was counting itself, so that's why I was. Because I was mentally like, you know, blocking out the diagonal like actual X's, and then now that they were actually a part of the thing again, I was like, wait, what the fuck is this?
So I suppose this does
So,
beg a question. What do you mean that's a lot more strong, weak versus like Pokemon? Oh, a lot more
I think I'm talking about like in
interactions?
terms
Yeah.
of quantity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or, I mean,
Quantity of interactions.
yeah. I mean, the Pokemon system is intuitively advantageous because you, as you know, at an elementary level, can logic out, you know, certain interactions. You know, fighting types being good against evil types, the dark types, or you know, your basic, grass beats water, water beats fire, fire beats grass, and a part of how you can balance, you know, the strengths of these types is by how frequent you make Pokemon of that typings and the stats you give them.
Like with Pokemon, there's very few dragon types.
There's
Like
very few dragon type.
Dragon type is one of the stronger ones. At least as far as the defensive side goes.
I mean, like, Dragon Steel is pretty strong
broken.
defensive. But Fairy Steel is actually probably the most broken type.
Oh,
You're combining like the most offensive type with the most defensive type. But you also
actually
have,
one of the best types is Normal Ghost.
that is also true. But you literally on like the Steel Fairy side, you literally have like I think 4 Pokemon that actually have that typing, like Klefki, Zacian, and then like Tinkaton and Tinkatuff. I think are the only 4 that have that typing. I don't think Tinkatink is part Steel type, but I might be wrong. So like it's a very rare type. And only one of those Pokemon is probably competitively viable unless you're counting like the sets that allow legendaries. But on the flip side here, since you'd be going in there making your own character, the stats at base are going to be the same. Kind of have to go about things a bit more evened out philosophy-wise, because, you know, if, you know, a particular type combination is particularly broken or, like, has no resistances but, like, is super effective against stuff, or, like, Dragon resists a lot of stuff just by being what it is, it does kind of influence choice in a way. So I think from a character creation creativity perspective, it's probably much better to have, you know, this very evened out resistances, just so someone can like create something that's a bit more aligned with what they're thinking, as opposed to, well, this is the strongest type combination, so I want to make a broken powered character, so yeah, I'm gonna go Mythic Steel. Nothing can touch me.
Yeah. That's one of the things that we wanted to resist there, or move away from there, is... Avoid, yeah, that's the word. Because I'm sure there's going to be some of these matchups that are going to be broken when you're dealing with dual typing. But It
I mean,
also
it's going to be a fun exercise later just to figure out, hey, which type matchups are particularly strong versus particularly weak. But then again, we're not dealing with like straight up immunities. At worst, we'll be doing with ×4 and a quarter resistances. So mathematically, these things should balance out in some way or form. Because I think actually, like, let's take a look at. Like, I'm just like looking at the top here, like, assuming we had like an astral earth type creature, it would take a quarter damage from astral attacks. But also gains, weaknesses to light and mythic, as opposed to, or let's just say you had like an earth and you added astral, hey, you're getting that ×4, weakness to astral, but you're canceling out your earth resistance, you're adding on, light and mythic as a weakness, you're canceling out your necrotic. So in some cases, your type advantage, your resistances get canceled out. And you're adding new ones, so I think mathematically they probably should all be relatively equal.
Yeah.
Because in theory, for every extra like weakness you get, you're probably getting either a further resistance or a even stronger resistance to another typing.
I'm thinking about, should we have the same type resist, or should we just have it be no interaction? Because there's arguments
I think
for
it's
both
better to have it.
There's arguments for both ways. But the reason why I'm saying maybe we should just have no interaction is for those dual typings. Because then you would not only be resistant to your type, or both of your types, but then you also have all of the rest of the balancing that we did. Plus, it's kind of that argument of who knows better how to take you out than yourself. So, thoughts?
I could be swung either way. Like, on one side, I feel like, as it stands right now, with having the types resist themselves, could make sense from one side of you sending more electricity down the wire or to another, like, electrical kind of being doesn't really do much. And wouldn't be an effective plan of attack, which in some sense would encourage diversity of movesets. But at the same time, could clean up the type chart a little bit, and while you can make the argument it wouldn't be very effective, at the same time it probably wouldn't be bad either.
So, Taldarius, I'm assuming you're still in the camp of keep them resisting each other? Or same type?
Personally, yeah, I am. That is mostly just because, yes, you technically do pick up extra resistances, but you also weaken yourself to the broadened field.
Alright.
So yeah, you do technically have a little bit more resistances, but you're also weak to more things. And you should you should really know, like, even being 1 times weak to something is kind of really fucking bad.
Alright. I think we'll
You know what I mean?
keep it where it's at then, yeah. We could further complicate it and make each type immune to itself.
Oh yeah, totally. There'll be no repercussions from that. Absolutely no repercussions.
The part of me is leaning to at least use a different symbol for the same type. Just so, because having, you know, that's diagonal, even though that is how it should be, it does make it a little harder to read. So for the sake of readability, we could adjust, like, we could put over here in the legend a same type resistance, but just, you know, just to change it up.
I mean, we technically could.
I will say that's part of why I was leaning towards making it so they don't resist it themselves.
I mean, also the precedent is there where I think most types in like Pokemon don't actually like resist themselves.
I think most do, actually.
Let's see. Well, I'll be damned. Fire resists fire, water resists water, grass resists grass.
So with Pokemon, I would say about half of them resist themselves. Then you've got several that have no interaction, and then you've got a few where it's like, yeah, I'm super effective against you as well.
Yeah, Dragon and Ghost are in that category. But then you have Fire, Water, Grass, Electric, Ice, Poison, Psychic, Dark, and Steel that resist. So it's kind of like a half-half, which is very weird.
Uh-huh.
Merch. Wait, what? No. Okay, we'll do this. There we go. Alright, so yeah, we'll find a different... I like the idea of a yellow circle I do things. I think that's what I'll go with. Just purely to make it a little bit more readable.
One thing that I do want to also bring up as a possibility is one thing that I do actually like from the Pokeroll rulebook is having it like written down in words on a little graphic, like what it's good against offensively and what it resists defensively.
What do you
Like
mean?
each type. Here, I'll bring it up for reference's sake.
Don't have time to play with myself.
Like this. I'm gonna send it a bit. Or like, you know, it literally line items each type and goes what it's defensively good against and what it's defensively bad against. So
Yeah,
having
I
like
like
an
that.
offensive and a defensive chart. I feel like it would just help out like a lot.
Yeah, we could absolutely do that on the main document. In addition to the type chart, I would say.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because, you know, for some people, they prefer this type chart. For others, they prefer the, they prefer that style. You know.
Yep. Yeah. I was just wanting to point out that I think it's a good idea to have it.
Alright, the only other thing that I recall wanting to bring up tonight is healing. Alright, I do things. Have a good night. Thanks for coming by.
Yep, thanks for visiting.
So, I definitely do not want an arbitrary, you can only use healing during combat kind of thing. Because there's never really a good explanation on, well, why can't I use it outside of combat to get us all back up to perfect fighting state kind of thing.
Yeah.
We need some kind of resource that it is consuming. As of right now, it's just a simple matter of if you use a healing ability, it consumes an exhaustion point. No matter what it is. Or it adds an exhaustion point. I know I think both of you were against that. But
I just didn't like the implementation.
you still there, Seda?
I'm still here. I'm
Okay.
just kind of listening and catching up.
Okay. So I know originally, Taldarius, you were putting into the ability list that it was like 2 uses and that's it. Or something like that. I'm not fond of that either.
I believe...
Oh, go ahead.
Specifically, I think mine was 2 uses per long rest at base. But again, that was back when what we were talking about for healing was like generally like all of the healing stuff in Pokemon was like half your health bar.
This is true. We're not doing that.
Yeah. So I do want to say that this is during that, whole discussion about it.
So what I was thinking about is maybe you can use your vigor and or willpower. We could have it be one or the other, or they could pull from both of those pools. In order to use their healing abilities, and then beyond that, if they need to use more healing, it costs an exhaustion point. But I'm thinking that if they're using a healing ability, as long as they're using vigor or willpower, it does not cost an exhaustion point. Because they're still using a resource.
Okay.
What are your
guys'
guys'
thoughts? I don't want
thoughts?
them to have to double dip on it.
Oh yeah, no exhaustion if they use vigor or willpower. It'll be the only way they can use those without exhaustion. Well, not the only way, but, one of the primary ways. However, it lets them heal people. They get... And that's something that they could dip into to get more uses out of. If you're playing a dedicated healer type.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that, Seda?
Bigger.
Just as a reminder, vigor and willpower are the ones that we have like the least amount of stuff to use for things. I do feel like that's an important distinction.
I kind of like the idea of willpower over vigor, but I almost kind of like the idea of it oddly being split, because I feel like vigor as a stat works very well for a second wind-like ability, where basically you're finding that inner strength to push on and essentially almost overcome the damage in a sense. And then willpower almost feels like useful for a allied healing ability, where you're almost kind of willing, your compatriot to be healed.
Yep. And of course, like, you could even, reverse it if you wanted to. Because, like, obviously that's, like, I think the primary, but you could also reverse it where, like, you repair your own body through your own sheer force of will. And then on the other hand, you lend your allies your vigor. So it works both ways.
I kind of like that suggestion, though, of, you know, you use one for healing yourself, and you use the other for healing other people. And then you've got the... And again, you can use them to... You can use exhaustion to keep healing past that, regardless of who you're healing. I like the idea of making sure that the healer has a pool to take care of themselves with. Unlike the poor twins.
Technically speaking, they could literally just heal each other.
Well, yeah, they can heal each other, but they share the same health pool.
Well, yeah. But I'm saying they can technically take care of themselves. Because, you know, they could just heal one another.
But I'm guessing you both are on board with the using vigor or willpower with no exhaustion to heal and then pass that as exhaustion?
Yep.
Yeah, and I feel like I'd almost also be on board with, you know, maybe the... Because actually, what is the amount of healing?
It depends. On the move.
Explain.
Okay, so remember how we were talking about the whole, ability costs thing? Are you able to access that, by the way?
I should be able to. I saw that linked there.
Make sure to go down to proposed on the bottom, not sheet one. Which actually does bring up something that I was about to ask. Will you have to pay this as a part of drain abilities? Because drain abilities require that you hit a target.
I say yes, but only if you hit. So if the drain actually goes through, then you spend that point. Because it doesn't feel right to have them spend that point and then just miss the ability altogether, but I do want that that requirement in there.
You see, the one thing that I don't like about that is just the fact that, like, you know, it does mean that you can literally only use that healing in combat.
I'm thinking what we can do for draining abilities is... well, there's also the fact that it's a percentage of the damage dealt that is coming back.
Yeah.
Which is potentially a huge amount of damage. Or,
yeah, but on the other hand, I also don't want a Shadow Realm Relegate Absorb, which does all of 2 damage.
What we could do is, with that drain, if they choose not to take the healing, then they can get an extra bonus to the power. And they don't have to use... Okay. It makes it so the ability is still useful, while not costing that... Like, if you're at full health, then, yeah, there's no reason to use it if it's going to cost you something, but...
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm seeing the ability cost, the proposed there. My actual thought, though, is... Could healing potentially be influenced by someone's skill in medicine?
So I think that there's a difference between mundane healing and healing with moves, like how there's a difference between normal mundane healing and magical healing.
Hmm.
And my reasoning behind that is because of the whole thing with like a move sort of takes care of the dirty work. You don't actually have to know how someone's internal organs work if you are like healing them with magic.
Hmm.
And that's what I'm thinking about with that.
Yeah. Though counterintuitively, if you also have the knowledge of how someone's body works, you can kind of manipulate your magic a little bit to be a little bit extra effective.
I like that. I'm thinking we increase the one-time heal cost. And I'd say make it 30 so it's available at character creation. But that is per 1d10. So you could have a really horrible roll and you know, only do 1 point of healing for that point that you spent. However, we could add on your medicine skill on top of it. So that way, if you've got 5 dots in medicine, you've got 5 guaranteed healing on top of whatever you roll.
Okay, and then what's the progression on the move then?
The more you purchase it, the more d10 you get to roll.
That would kind of like spiral quickly out of control.
Also, you want to make it 30 XP. So you want them to spend 30 XP to get 1 extra dice. It's literally cheaper to like master a specialty in healing. So I just want to be careful about that. In order to make it like a worthwhile cost investment.
Well, right now it's 1 point of healing per 10 XP.
Yeah.
So even spending like 30 XP is for a 1d10, that gives you, you know, more chance of rolling over what it currently is for the XP that you spent.
It does have a higher expected value with one-time heal for guaranteed HP. Because the dice is worth about 0.45. It's 4 repeating, but just let's just say 0.45.
No, when I'm saying 1d10, I am saying it is it's whatever the die shows, not a dot-based roll. So basically, you roll 1d10, you roll 3 on it, they get 3 healing. That's what I'm saying. The same way that the vigor and willpower healing abilities work.
Okay. So like and then you wanted to add the medicine skill?
I see no reason not to. I mean, it would make it make a bit more, you know, your skill and knowledge in medicine gives you the ability to do more healing because you know how it works and such, and therefore you got that extra bonus guaranteed.
All right. Then in that case, do we want to keep what do we want to put healing over time for each HP then? And again, this is like many like I was assuming that this starts at 5 for the rounds, because that's what we generally put like the round thing limiting to. Like, for example, for weather, 5 rounds. What are we, if we're changing one-time heal to be this mechanic, what are we changing the cost of healing over time then? Because healing over time would just be strictly worse. Because we also can't lower it too much, but it would literally just be the worst option.
I'm hearing you. I'm thinking. Part of me wants to do away with healing over time. For 2...
Nah, healing over time's important. But yeah, go ahead and make your case on it.
Alright, I mean, there's nothing saying that we can't have more, you know, while we primarily use D10s, there's nothing saying that we can't add in the other dice from the set, you know? Most of the time, if somebody's got D10s on hand, they've also got the whole rest of the set. So we could make it where healing over time is 1d6 plus medicine per turn. And make the cost of it maybe 40? Hey there, Pikesh.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I personally feel like I don't want to do away with the healing over time moves, because for certain playstyles, it's an important setup, both for a boss mechanic as well as for a player. Because I admittedly, I do apologize. I kind of got my wire screwed a little bit, because when I was thinking of like when I was thinking of the healing, I was kind of thinking more along the lines of it almost being like a maneuver as opposed to an actual move. So I kind of apologize for even introducing this. But then again, my kind of logic behind it was, you know, almost rewarding characters that are specializing more in support by, you know, making things like medicine more appropriate to them, where it's like, okay, this isn't just an out of battle thing. This actually does have an impact in battle. But yeah, definitely don't remove like healing over time moves.
Yeah, healing over time is like actually very important for a fair amount of playstyles, especially for proper drain tank. Drain tanks love healing over time. They set themselves up with one turn of big heal over time effect, and then proceed to tank everything and not go down. It's especially important because of also the fact that like we with how mechanics work currently. Because we don't have negative health. So having any form of heal over time effect means that for that duration, you will always have your turn, effectively. Especially with how with how it gets ordered. Because they could have their healing pop, and then, they're up for their turn.
True.
So it's also important for that kind of thing. It doesn't reset their death counter, so I mean it doesn't matter for like cheesing death, but it does matter specifically for, making like having a play style where you make sure that no matter what your character is up. Which is important for things like drain tank.
Yeah. I am leaning towards that 1d6 plus, like, make it 40 XP. And we can make it 1d6 plus medicine. Or maybe half medicine.
I really do not like the idea of suddenly introducing a d6.
Well,
if you really want to cut it,
else?
we could introduce using the d10. You're literally interrupted me in the middle of my proposal, saying, "Do you have a proposal?" Come on, Zim. You gotta give me that one. I was literally in the middle of saying. But I was saying that if we really want to cut it down, we could have it be roll a d10 divided by 2. Again, rounding up like we always do. If we really want to cut it down, that way we maintain our die system integrity, we could still cut it down. And we can, make it so that way, hey, you're able to get it. It doesn't require getting an entirely different dice for, like, this one thing. And it would also fit with the having of medicine, because then it means that, like, you have the die result, you have your medicine, and then that's what you get.
I like that. Because we definitely do not want it to be, considering the healing over time would only cost 1 vigor or willpower, which is part of the reason why I was considering or debating getting rid of it. Maybe we could make it last 3 turns. And overall, it would still be more healing than the one-time heal, but it is spread out. Because not only with that, you've got the healing over time, which is, the 1d10 is halved, but you got a potential of 3 15 versus a potential of 15.
Expected. Yeah, I like putting it when it comes into expected value. So the expected value of, let's just assume that you have a maxed out medicine stat, right? So that way you have the most amount of benefit as possible. So you have 5 medicine. So, with how the rules stand, you get the one-time use, which would be a D10, which has an expected value, again, of, because 10s don't explode, it's just normal, so it has an expected value of 5.5. So 5.5 plus 5, which means the expected healing is 10.5. In terms of expected value on the single heal. For the overtime, assuming that it's 3, it has an expected value because it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Has expected value of 3. Plus half the medicine, which is also 3, so we have an expected value of 6. 6 times 3 is 18. So expected heal value of single use is 10.5, and of overtime is 18, spread over 3 turns. So in terms of percent effectiveness, it is the single time heal is lump sum at 58.33% repeating value. So you're getting just over half, below 2/3, expected healing lump sum 1 turn.
Yeah, I'm... That's definitely a much better heal. Just, it's over time.
Yeah. And this is why I like to look at things in terms of expected value. Because on the first turn, it's 1.75 times the heal. Compared to overtime on the first turn. So if you need healing now, you're getting almost double. But overall, you're getting just over half.
Yeah, I like
so,
this.
You know, that definitely does have a trade-off each direction.
So basically the healing over time, not as much first turn, but it's overall about 1.5. Where at times what you get from the first, or from the one time. The only issue that I have is the cost to use it. I guess 1.5 times isn't that bad. Yeah, we can just keep it as it is with that. Just the same cost for the vigor / willpower versus the one-time heal. I like the idea of 30 XP for the one-time heal and 40 for healing over time. Maybe 45? Actually, 1.5. Yeah. Let's go with 45.
Alright.
How's that sound, both of you?
Sounds decent to me.
Yeah, it sounds good to me.
Alright, I think that's everything that I wanted to go over today in particular.
Cool.
Now to just start writing up stuff.
Yeah.
But I think that's where I'm going to be calling the stream for tonight. Been some good stuff. Thank you both so much for joining today. It really helps a lot.
Yep, no problem.
Yep, my pleasure. Apologies I wasn't here earlier.
It's alright. For next week, I would like you both to be thinking about feat ideas.
Yeah, Matt.
And then also for you, Teledarius, I'd like to get that ability cost finished up on the main tab instead of on the proposed one. I think we've got it all straightened out pretty well, so it should be good to go.
Can you repeat that to me one more time?
Next week, I'd like to go over feats.
Okie dokie.
As well as potentially traits. I've already put in the explanation for feats. I'll be putting in probably later tonight or tomorrow or whenever I get around to working on this again offline. I'll be putting, or maybe on screen, but either way, I'll be putting in some example feats in here. And yeah, coming up with some more feats would be good. But yeah. Either way, thank you all so much for joining us today. Wrong screen.
Or was it the right screen?
No, I am done for tonight. My brain is fried. That was the DevTales stream for Scar tonight. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more there on the website, as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps the channel alive. I cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by simply sharing the stream around. But for now, thank you all so much for joining. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Bye-bye.
You're cute.